Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Was that you, Samantha, talking?
No, I think that was Claudia. Claudia
Oh, okay.
Luna.
No, that was me. Here I am. Can you hear me? Can
Yes, we hear you.
you see me?
Yes, we see you.
Um,
Anything else?
no, I think that's enough,
Save your voice for tonight.
but I don't see you. Yeah, there you are. Oh, that was good. You should show your face more often. Yeah, like that.
You can watch it on TV. I'm having sound issues.
Claudia, are you present?
I am.
Okay, looks like we have 4 council members, Madam Clerk. You ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the closed session to hear public comment, to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
I'm here. My camera won't be enabled due to the fact that I'm roaming, but I do have headphones in for privacy.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Nagita versus City of Richmond, City of Long Beach versus Monsanto Company et al., and Richmond Shoreline Alliance versus the City of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Riggers Loft Wine Company. Conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at South 45th Street to the west, Walls Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties are Mayor Flores Company, Devco LLC, and under negotiations, price and terms of payment. Under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross and Sharon Taylor. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association.
Do you have any public speakers?
We do not have anyone that is signed up to address the council.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.
Is Claudia Luna there?
I am here.
I'm going to ask you to start your video. I had to turn off your camera because we only show the council members.
Yes, I understand.
Can you try your camera? I want to make sure, sometimes when I stop video, it doesn't always pop back on for the person. There we go.
Okay.
All right, yeah, you can keep your camera off and mute it into your item.
Okay.
Art.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, this is Richard from KCRT Television. We are hosting the webinar for the council meeting. We're trying to bring in some people to panelists. We're trying to bring in Angela Andrews, Kate Gibbs, and Yoder Bermuda. If you can look on your screen and if you see a dialog box that says join as a panelist, please hit yes or okay. Trying to bring in Kate Gibbs.
Thanks for bringing me over. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm actually not presenting tonight, so I was just going to say I was on the attendee list.
And this is who again?
Kate Gibb.
Kate? Or you want to be staying attendee?
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Thank you for letting me know.
Sure.
This is Angela Andrews. I'm here and I have a couple of people joining me tonight. I see Andrews
Hold
already.
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, say it again.
Andrew is joining us tonight. I see he's already on, as well as a Ken Dybert.
Ken Diver.
Yes, DEIBEERT.
I don't see that person yet.
Okay. And a Keith Reynolds.
Say it again.
And there's a Keith Reynolds.
Keith Reynolds.
Reynolds.
No.
Okay, I'll text them and let them know.
Richard, this is Nicholas Trailer. You have a quick second?
Say it again, Nicholas.
Hi, Richard.
Hi.
I just wanted to make sure you have you have our video presentation queued up.
Yes, we have it here. And-
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you had it.
Okay, so we're assuming we're running it.
Yeah, assuming that, the item is heard.
No
We'll
problem.
add the agenda.
No problem.
Good, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Okay, take care.
Hello, can someone let Keith Reynolds in as a panelist?
Yeah, I'm trying to, but he's not accepting the request right now.
Okay. Okay, I sent him a note. Okay,
Michael
everyone from
Savannah,
my team is here. Thank you.
no problem. Michael Savannah, can you please turn off your video camera? Thank you.
Okay, I see a quorum. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here,
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Okay, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see any. The next item is agenda review. And several people have asked, and I will too, that we remove item 0.2 from the consent calendar. And I would like to move it to right after the vote on the consent calendar.
I think this finally made the agenda, but before the agenda went out, I know Councilmember Johnson did ask me to be a co-sponsor, so I was going to announce that I was a co-sponsor on the item for the record.
Okay, there is a request from the sponsor to remove item P3. That item is no longer needed. So it's removed and will not be back on any agendas.
Okay.
Is there a request to remove item 01?
I didn't hear one. Okay, so what I see now is item 0.2 will move off the consent calendar and will come up right after the consent calendar is voted on. And then item P3 will be totally removed from the agenda. Any other changes? Okay, that brings us to report from the city attorney on final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the items on the closed session agenda, Nagita, a litigation matter. Direction was given in closed session for settlement negotiations to the city's negotiator. On the Monsanto litigation matter, that was held, was deferred to another meeting. The Richmond Shoreline Alliance litigation matter That matter was not discussed. C2, which is the Riggers Loft Wine Company, there was going to be a report given on that. That matter was also deferred. Item C3, which was real property negotiations concerning the property involving Miraflores. The property is South 45th Street. That item was not discussed and was deferred to a future meeting. Then C4 were the labor negotiations with the various bargaining units. That item was extensively discussed. Direction was given for the labor negotiations with Unit 188, and the negotiations were to continue with the other bargaining units, and there was no other reportable action taken.
Next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the Richmond City Council. Thank you all for joining us this evening. This evening, I want to call everyone's attention to the food distribution that happens at Civic Center Plaza. The next distribution date is Thursday, October 27th. This is a collaboration between the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano counties. It occurs bi-monthly in the Richmond Civic Center drive-through. Each client is able to pick up a box of non-perishable foods and fresh produce, all within the safety of their car. There's also supplementary boxes that include a variety of proteins, vegetables, fruits, and milk. The time that this occurs, this is at Barrett Avenue and 25th Street, is between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. If you have any questions, feel free to call the manager at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512. In addition, our favorite topic in the city of Richmond, general plans. We have another community workshop coming up in October. It is on October 29th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Richmond Recreation Center at 3230 McDonald Avenue. If you have questions, please give the Community Development Department a call. That's also Community Development includes our planning department, and that's the division leading this effort. And the phone number is 510-620-6706. Again, 510-620-6706. And both of these announcements are also included in the city manager's weekly report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next item is crime report from the police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. So I haven't done a report in the last 3 months, so I have several different stats for you. So for August, there were 49 reported incidents of violent crime and 261 incidents reported for property crime. In September, we have 47 incidents reported for violent crime and 235 incidents reported for property crime. In October, so far this month, we have 42 incidents reported for violent crime and 188 incidents reported for property crime. In addition to that, I just wanted to highlight a case really quickly that happened back in July of this year. There was a homicide on Cutting Boulevard. In this particular case, there were no suspects identified at the time of the homicide, no witness information that would lead us to a suspect. We had 2 homicide investigators that worked very diligently on this case. And through their diligence and investigative work, they were able to identify a vehicle that was possibly involved. From that vehicle, they were able to identify a possible suspect who was wanted on several other warrants not related to this homicide. They served a search warrant earlier this week on the home of the suspect and located the firearm that was used in our homicide and was able to charge this individual with the murder that occurred in July. So I just want to highlight that one example of very good police work that was done by our staff this month. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I had one quick question. Do you have any information on Saturday night at 11:30 p.m.? I watched a pretty big sideshow from the window of my home. Actually, it woke me up. I think I heard shots fired, a lot of noise, a lot of cars, a lot of sirens, a lot of police cars. Is there anything you can share with us on that?
Yes, we did have a large, very large sideshow. I believe it was Saturday night. We did take 2 people into custody that night as a result of that sideshow. And they were from 2 separate vehicles, and both of them were armed with firearms. One of the individuals, actually, the vehicle pulled into the police department lot, and the person jumped over the fences into the yard of the police department, and we were able to take him into custody. So we recovered 2 firearms from that very large sideshow. Again, we only have a certain number of officers working during that time. And so, 2 was all that we were able to get that night.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Okay, the next item is open forum for public comment.
Mayor, I just have one quick announcement.
Okay.
Councilmember Bates is present, and Councilmember Jimenez did let me know that she would not be able to attend tonight's regular session.
Okay. But Councilmember Bates is here. We just don't see his video, right?
Yeah, we saw his video for just a second. It looks like it went back out. He's not muted, so.
Okay. Well, hopefully he'll pop up. Okay, open forum. Councilor Willis, you have a hand up. Did you have something to say, or?
Yeah, I was raising my hand for open forum, but I'm also just want to make an announcement that I'm not able to enable my video because I'm mobile right now. So that's why my camera's not enabled.
Okay. So noted. Okay, go ahead with open forum.
Okay, we currently have 2 hands raised. Those hands are Philip Rosenthal and Mark Wasper. Philip, you may unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council folks and Mayor Butt. I would like to speak on something that's quite disturbing to my Point Richmond community, where my family has lived for 60 years. Of late, since COVID, the community centers that used to be open and readily available to community and faith leaders now have to be reserved as if they are private party venues. We were promised that the new reimagining public safety concept would include building the community so that our kids and our communities would see less crime. What I think is a crime is that our local Girl Scout troops are being asked to pay up to $300 to have a meeting in the community center. The neighborhood council is allowed 1 event a year and meetings once a month. But in the past, community and faith leaders were able to check the keys out from the city, open the community centers, have their events, and return the keys the next day. Now we have an expensive and complicated red tape process of applications, and that requires city employees, often making overtime, to come and lock and unlock the community centers.
Hi, you reach Richard R. Lee of
For
Sidewalks Entertainment.
organizations
Please leave a
such
message.
as, don't know that, what's going on with that?
Hey, Richard,
For organizations.
zero sound.
Wait, somebody needs to be muted. Go ahead, Philip. We've got
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Tom. Okay, I just want, are we on again? There we go. I just want to say, in the past, community and faith leaders could just take out these keys. Now it is costing the city money to send people to open the community centers for every meeting and everything that we now have to pay for. And I'm wondering if they're going to start to charge us to use the public parks. I just think it's really a good idea for us to return the community centers to the community so that we can do these things.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
For all you people that have been cut off by the mayor and violated your First Amendment right and even the Brown Act, the city council, they pass a law that you can't speak on certain items. Well, what about the First Amendment Mayor, you said we had the First Amendment to speak on anything we want. We could yell profanity. Oh, that's no problem. But oh no, you can't talk about the election. So all you people need to start writing down the times and the dates that this is happening. And even the mayor, and even the city manager was bribing me not to speak. That's going to hold up real good in court because I tell you, I'm going to file a lawsuit against you, but I'm going to file lawsuit against the city, and you better talk to your lawyer because you cannot pass an ordinance that is stopping our way to speak on the city council. You cannot do that. Even though you did, even McLaughlin was going around and saying, you can't say this and you can't say that. That's going to that's going to be real good in court. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to get my money. One or the other, I'm going to get my $2-3 million. So just be so kind, just go to the bank tomorrow and put in that money. Because when I go to court, I'm going to get my money because you ain't got no right shutting people down. Because like I say, if I want to talk about the election, I talk about the election. Vote for me, people. I'm your next mayor. You vote for me, I'll guarantee I will take care
Okay,
of this.
cut him off, Madam Clerk. No campaigning.
The next speaker is Corky Bouzet, followed by Councilmember Willis and Councilmember Bates. Corky, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you very much. I just have a question that I'm concerned about in reference to a person that has a nonprofit and is paid through the nonprofit, but is a part of the city council as an elected person. Is that a conflict of interest? Is that not a conflict of interest? I've been reading Tom Butt's e-form, and it states that that is a conflict of interest. The reason I'm saying that, being very careful not to go into politics, is that if Doria was elected and if in fact she decided to remove...
Hey, Corky, I'm going to ask you to move on from that. I think you're getting in too much into the campaign. You're talking about names, and I want to read this again.
Okay.
You can
I'll
pause.
yield my time to that, Tom. No problem.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it.
Well, so what our rules say is they say speakers may not campaign for or against candidates for office. And it goes on to say the following comments are examples of impermissible comments outside the city's subject matter jurisdiction. Quote, vote for Smith, unquote, or quote, vote against Smith, unquote. So,
No, I'm not saying.
When you start mentioning people's names, I think that's crossing the line.
Okay, well, let me apologize for that. Let me ask you, or the city attorney, as the mayor, is there a charter that speaks to holding two jobs at the same time? No names.
You're not going to get answers in open forum, so
okay.
You're welcome to ask a question.
All right, thanks. It's been nice to talk to you guys, and hey, I'll yield to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. Yeah, I rose my hand to speak because it's some issue that's been on my mind for the past few council meetings that I did want to re-lift up because I'm just concerned and I want to make sure that we as a council and as a city can move forward with dignity and respect, including treating each other with dignity and respect. We've had a number of complicated, nuanced, and controversial issues over the last few months. And as a result of those issues, I've noticed the decorum of this council and how we treat other people or how we treat staff or people that have opposing views from each other. We really end up browbeating people, dragging people down, and I'm getting more and more feedback on how that's causing morale issues throughout the organization and making people disenchanted. I know we are trying to serve, represent our issues, and push for the things that we feel is right and justifiable, things that we want to improve Richmond, but we need to learn to do that in a way that doesn't tear each other down or make people talk about Richmond and our council meetings in a bad light. If you have a disagreement with somebody, that's fine, but go about your disagreement in a way that doesn't tear their person down or tears down integrity or morale. Let's not forget that we all need to work together and we're all relying on each other to try to make Richmond a better place based off of the community visions that we ran on. But we can't forget our humanity and to recognize that even the people that may say in opposition of us are people too, and they just care about the direction of the city or trying to do what they can to move us forward in a positive light. So please treat each other with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates, I believe you're still muted. I think Councilmember Bates may be having some technical difficulties this evening. Yeah, I see him here.
This is Richard from KCRT. Nat is having some problem with his microphone and speakers.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, if Councilor Bates gets his technical difficulties cleared up, we'll give him another opportunity. So we'll move on now to the consent calendar. And to remind you, item 0.2 has been taken off. That's environmental justice issues pertaining to Richmond San Rafael Bridge traffic congestion. So do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Are you voting yes? Raise your hand.
He cannot hear you
Okay.
at the moment.
Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to make it clear. So it's 01 and 03 we're voting on, right?
No. Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I support it.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes. Councilmembers Bates and Jimenez absent.
So the next item we'll take up will be item 0.2. Would you read that, please?
Yes. Item 0.2 is to adopt a resolution in support of addressing environmental justice issues pertaining to the Richmond San Rafael Bridge traffic congestion.
Okay, and before I ask Councilmember Johnson to introduce it, I want to tell the clerk I've invited two individuals to speak and answer questions on this. One is Greg Nudd from the Bay Area Air Quality Control District, and I saw his name up here before. But would you promote him to a participant? And then also Councilmember Amy Worth, who serves on the Bay Area Toll Authority and MTC boards. So I don't see her name out there, but if you see it, would you promote her to a participant? And then Councilmember Johnson, would you like to introduce your item?
Yes, thank you. Would have also liked to have had some notice that you invited individuals to come and ask questions on the agenda item that I sponsored. So yeah, I was recently approached by local neighborhood council leaders as well as members of the Marin Association of Public Employees who has a lot of workers using the Richmond San Rafael Bridge, and was asked to bring the resolution forth to request from the Bay Area Toll Authority, also known as BATA, that a more detailed study be done into the impacts of the San Francisco Bay Trail bike lanes on the Richmond San Rafael Bridge. And without reading the entire resolution in respect of time and our speakers that I know we have lined up, I'll go straight to the now therefore be resolved. The Richmond City Council respectfully requests the Bay Area Toll Authority to find a solution to this environmental justice problem by doing the following. One, hold a public hearing of the Bay Area Toll Authority on the 4-year bike path pilot program with a particular focus on the air quality issues associated with traffic congestion on the bridge. 2, add to the 4-year bike path pilot study an analysis of air quality emissions and associated health impacts as a result of increased traffic congestion on I-580 in Richmond neighborhoods. And 3, pursue funding for additional bridge improvements, including but not limited to a second SF Bay Trail bike path on the lower deck with a movable barrier to alleviate traffic congestions on I-580 and in Richmond neighborhoods. And I guess I will wrap my introductory comments by reiterating what I've mentioned to various individuals who I've spoken to about this issue. And I hope that we can have, as Councilmember Willis put it, a respectful conversation about where we stand and where we want to move forward, because this is not an anti-San Francisco Bay Trail bike lane conversation, nor is it a bike versus cars position or anything to do with shadow organization that I also happen to saw in the e-forum. So, you know, this is a group of community folks on both sides of the bridge asking to see if the bike lane is an issue. And if it is, let's do something about it. And if it isn't, step back and figure out what the other issues are for us to solve in regards to this matter.
So since the resolution asks the Bay Area Toll Authority to do 3 things.
Excuse me, point of order, real quick. Is it okay just as a co-sponsor if I give a couple of comments just to support Councilmember
Sure, yeah,
Johnson?
go ahead. I
Thank
didn't realize you were the co-sponsor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was. I think there was a clerical error that made it to where I wasn't on the agenda at first, but I did talk to Councilmember Johnson and even talk with him further today. And I wanted to just share that the reason I'm a co-sponsor of this item is to reiterate what he said. For me, this is definitely not anti-bike lane or trying to eliminate anything of that nature. I'm looking at it as a way of the issues with the San Rafael Bridge. There's a history of issues that have happened, and as somebody who has taken that bridge a few times just to get to areas across the bridge, I've noticed issues. For one thing, that thing in general for me is just scary to cross to begin with. And there were a couple of things that came up on, like the elimination of the shoulder lane. And if somebody does break down, like where can they park off if they're in the middle of the bridge, which is a legit thought that has crossed my mind. So my intention of co-sponsoring this item was figuring out basically how can we have our cake and eat it too, in terms of like, how are we supporting traffic for both bicyclists and for motorers who are going to work or commuting, and also in general supporting studies and initiatives and solutions that can improve on both aspects to alleviate some of the concerns that do get brought up by neighbors, and apparently they're getting brought up by the workforce on the other side of the bridge. I understand there are a number of other environmental initiatives like creating more affordable housing and workforce housing that are being proposed, which I 100% agree with too. But I'm also thinking about how are we improving our transit corridors, or what other solutions are out there to make it more smoothly for both people, for both communities that utilize that bridge in the most effective way. So I'm grateful for the conversation. I do appreciate Councilmember Johnson approaching me and asking me to co-sponsor this with him because of the concerns that are out there in the neighborhoods that do get raised. I do think this is a worthwhile discussion to have, and seeing what are the best solutions in front of us that we can move forward on, or inaction is also an action too. But at least let's have the discussion and not pretend like some of the concerns that are being raised in the community aren't there, and figure out a path forward that we can be with together. And yeah, let's do it respectfully. And also I will say, council member, just unsubscribe from the e-forums. It will be better for your mental health. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that shout out to the e-forum. I appreciate that. Since this resolution asks the Bay Area Toll Authority to expand their studies and so forth, I thought it would be helpful to ask Amy Worth if she's willing to tell us what the status is of the current study, so we all understand that. So can you go ahead with that, Amy? And
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to join the meeting tonight. And first of all, I want to say my role on the Bay Area Toll Authority and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is that I represent the 19 cities of Contra Costa County. So it is my honor to be here tonight with you to talk about this project, because I care deeply about all the cities that are in our county. And I look forward to working together with all of you as we work through, the challenges in our transportation system. And as you know, one of the great gains of this project, independent of everything else, was being able to provide a protected bike path to get bike riders off the 580 between Point Richmond and Point Mulati. And that was a huge, huge gain that all of our community, the community gained, and the whole Bay Trail. So let me just give you an update on where we are relative to the project. As you know, the project began I believe, let me get the dates right, 2014, the state of California approved the Bay Area Toll Authority, and working with Caltrans, to take over this, the implementation of a pilot project. And what the pilot project would do, it consisted of really three parts. One is the peak period use lane on the lower deck, eastbound. The second piece is would be the bike lane, pedestrian bicycle lane on the upper deck, both west and eastbound. In addition, there are bicycle improvements on both sides of the bridge. In Richmond, it was the dedicated bike pathway on 580 to connect Point Richmond and Point Mulati. And on the Marin County side, there are improvements to the bike pathways on that side of the bridge. It's a pilot program, so it's not a permanent program. It's a pilot program, and the requirements of the plan is, as you know, in consistency with council member, with the resolution is to evaluate the project. Because when Caltrans indicated that they were willing to have this pilot program, they wanted to make sure, they wanted to understand the impact that it had on traffic, on access, on safety, the various elements of bridge traffic. And so the requirement is that in terms of the evaluation, that there are several evaluation points. The first evaluation that's done by Caltrans in concert with the UC Berkeley Transportation Institute is an analysis of the traffic impacts. That has been released, and you can find it on the MTC website. So it's there. And then that will be that's the first phase of the evaluation. The second phase will be completed in the summer of 2024, so there are two phases to the evaluation. In terms of the pilot program. So that's the first piece of information to understand. The second part of this is that in addition to the bridge project, totally independent of this pilot program, the Bay Area Toll Authority is working on several initiatives. I know that there's a lot of concern about the traffic congestion on the bridge approach itself, and the impact it's having on neighborhoods. And so one of the things that our Bridge Forward initiative is looking at ways to reduce the traffic congestion on the Richmond Parkway, on 580, which includes initiatives like moving into open tolling. We're going to be, now that we have all electronic tolling, we'll be able to remove the toll structure on the bridge, as well as reinstituting the HOV lane going from 580 to the bridge, with the anticipation that would reduce car traffic, that would provide transit options for people that are going from the East Bay into Marin. And we know that the traffic congestion is a challenge, because from the Regional Measure 3 work that Mayor Butt and I did, we learned that about 2/3 of the traffic that goes on this bridge comes from the East Bay into Marin every day. So the pressure, the commute pressures on that bridge are really, really extensive. So with that in mind, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be bringing this item back to the Bay Area Toll Authority Oversight Committee, which is the committee that I chair. It is scheduled for either November or December. I don't have tonight. I was hoping to have an exact date for you. As soon as we determine, we'll know in the next few days which day it will be. And of course, when we know what that date will be, I will communicate with all of you. And of course, it will be publicly noticed, and anybody who's indicated at MTC that they would like to have information about our meeting schedule that will be available so that you'll be able to participate. That's an open public meeting. And at that point, we will get a detailed update on the first phase traffic analysis of the bridge, of the pilot project, the impacts that it has had in terms of projects. The second piece of so that will be coming up this fall. And again, I apologize for not being able to give you a specific date, Councilmember Johnson, but as soon as we do have that date, we'll pass it on to you and look forward to public participation. The second piece of it is there have been discussions about various options and the finances in terms of, the third piece is to advocate for funding to incorporate additional improvements, either to provide either an additional bike lane or a shared bike or whatever those considerations are. And so that, we at this point, we don't really have a clear idea of what the direction would be in terms of where we as a region might go with that. But I think the first order of business is to really determine the impacts of where we are right now. So I think that this meeting with the Bay Area Toll Authority Oversight Committee will provide an excellent opportunity for members of the community, for all of you to weigh in on your views about what direction we should be proceeding, and what are the issues and concerns you have, and what elements do you think should be included in the future study we're doing so we're in this pilot period. So there is an opportunity if, for example, if you feel that, for example, you've mentioned the concern about the air quality. So if that's a priority, to bring that forward, because we do have time to incorporate other elements into the study, keeping in mind that these bridges are owned by the state of California. And so this is a project of the BATA was granted the responsibility for funding and implementing this plan, but ultimately the responsibility for the ownership of the bridge and ultimately the authority for operations of the bridges rests with the state of California. So I would be very happy to answer any questions that you all have. And again, I appreciate the invitation of Mayor Butt to be here tonight to participate in this discussion and provide any answers to any questions that you have, and just to indicate to you what the next steps are at the Bay Area Toll Authority.
So let me just ask one, and then I'll
Sure.
ask other council members. So the premise of this resolution is that the congestion is actually causing an air quality problem, and therefore it be resolved. One of those is to add a study of air quality emissions. So what would have to be done to get MTC and BATA to add that to the study?
Well, that would basically, the way the public process works is that if my sense is that if that would come to the people, that if the city made that suggestion and the community came to the meeting at the oversight committee, then the way things work is we have a system of committees. So the Bay Area Oversight Committee feeds in the total Bay Area Toll Authority. So then at that point, it would go into the toll authority, and that request would be made of Caltrans and potentially the air district that would have the capability to do that kind of study.
So your sense is that if the request was made, that it would probably happen.
I think that would be that is an element that would, make sense. I think that the traffic congestion is of course the air quality caused by traffic congestion on, impact communities is a huge concern that we all feel.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So do any council members have any questions for Amy?
I didn't have a question. I just also wanted to reiterate that your question, and thank you, Amy, so much. It's great seeing you again. And the response actually kind of furthers the point of the resolution, is asking BATA, to consider air quality in this upcoming study. That's what the resolution is essentially asking, and putting the city council firmly behind that ask. So I just wanted to make that statement. So, just to clear up any other misconceptions or any last, any lingering apprehension that folks may have, that this is exactly what the resolution is asking, that the board, that BATA consider air quality as part of the study. So it's, once again, not an attack on any aspect of the pilot program. It's asking to actually enhance it with more, with more information around air quality. So thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for your question. And thank you, Amy, so much for your response.
Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say that traffic there is terrible, and I have seen it. I mean, I go to Marin at least a couple times a month, and every time it is backed up more than ever. And so I understand that Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Willis brought this item, concerned about the impact of air quality on the neighborhood. So I just wanted to, echo that concern, and certainly hope that the regulatory agent or the agency that will be reviewing this understands that we in Richmond have that as a big concern. And good to see you, Amy.
You too, Bill. Thank you. Thank you.
You were muted, Mr. Mayor. We couldn't hear anything you were saying.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Yeah, good seeing you again, Ms. Worth. I'm curious as to the congestion. Has it been focused upon the cause as a result of the bicycle lanes? What are we talking about? And are there other areas that the congestion of bicycle lanes are creating a similar situation? I have anyone assess that?
Well, Councilmember Bates, that's a really good question. And, we have the traffic analysis that's been prepared. So I don't want to talk for the experts. And we have that report that I will be happy to have our staff send you directly and send to the Richmond city manager. So you've got that. I think that there are a couple of challenges here. Is number one, the tremendous commute that goes from the East Bay to the West in the morning. I mean, the capacity is huge and it's growing. And obviously we're dealing with we all know we're all doing our arena, and we're dealing with the jobs housing imbalance, which is a huge challenge for our region. So the traffic is greater. So that, still 2 lanes, but the traffic, what we are concerned about the traffic congestion, we are concerned about the impacts on the neighborhoods. When I talk to people who live in the surrounding areas, and I've taken some time, I've taken some field trips driving all around, all the areas of Richmond that are affected by the bridge traffic, to see that traffic impacts in the neighborhoods where it can, spill out. So, this is one of the things that this study is going to help us understand, is what is specifically, is the bike pathway a contributor to this problem? Has the real question is, has the problem gotten worse since that what would you call it? A breakdown lane was converted to the bike pathway. And then the other issue, of course, as you pointed out, is the concern about the congestion that's causing the air quality, the concern that this additional congestion is causing air quality concerns. And I share your concerns about that. So I think that's a good thing to be studying. But at this point, the report, the first report is up there. It actually, I don't want to characterize the report. So I think the best way is to send you all a copy of the report, which is on the MTC website. You can actually see it. But the engineers talk about the technical aspect of the traffic. There are improvements because of the afternoon commute, but again, we're still dealing with backup that you all have seen, as Councilmember McLaughlin indicated. So that's why we think some of the Richmond Forward projects are really important, because they will actually, what's happening right now is the Richmond, where Richmond Parkway comes into 580, as well as the toll gates, the old toll gates that are now abandoned, and we're now on all electronic tolling, are causing barriers for people to get actually onto the bridge. So a lot of the backup happens on the bridge, and then people can move onto the bridge, unless there's obviously an accident, and that creates another dynamic. But in the morning, a lot of the morning commute is just that congestion of all those cars coming from different directions.
Councilor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, I was just curious, how will this resolution change or affect what you're doing now?
Well, I think that, first of all, we're having the meeting. We've been planning to have a meeting of the toll authority to bring this forward. So we just have an update. So I think that if the city of Richmond has some priority areas that it wants the toll authority to address, then it would be helpful if the city had an ability to convey what your concerns and priorities are. And again, the other issues in terms of funding at this point, we don't have any, we don't really have an idea as what options are there. And we really, I think big part of it is to get the analysis in terms of the traffic, and obviously to get the analysis in terms of the air quality. And so, if however the city wants to communicate to the Bay Area Toll Authority your concerns about the situation, if that's the choice, if that's the desire of the council, then to do that.
Councilor Martinez, did you get your question answered? You're muted.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members? Okay. Thank you, Amy. And I'm hoping maybe you'll stick around a little bit. We may meet you again. So the other person I invited to come tonight is Greg Nudd from the Bay Area Air Quality Control District. And I just had one question for him, and I'll tell you why I asked him. Frankly, I don't have any issue with therefore it be resolved part of this resolution, but I do have some issues with some of the whereases, and one of the whereases says, and I quote, the traffic congestion results in increased particle matter pollution into Richmond neighborhoods, particularly lower income neighborhoods that are already disproportionately impacted by air emissions, unquote. So I'm troubled by this because I don't think there's any evidence that is in fact accurate. So I asked Greg Nudd to come tonight and just answer that one question. If council members have other questions for him, you can ask him, but the question I would ask him is, does the Air District have any evidence that in fact there's been increased particulate matter pollution because of the changes on the bridge?
Well, Mayor Butt, thank you for inviting me to speak tonight. My name is Greg Nudd. I'm the Deputy Air Pollution Control Officer for Policy at the Air District. And it was my staff that have been working on the technical analysis that's part of the preparation for Richmond, North Richmond, San Pablo's community emission reduction plan. And we didn't look specifically at this question, so I can't give you a definitive answer one way or the other. What I can tell you, though, is that the freeway is a big source of particulate matter pollution in Richmond, and that this freeway, I'm sure, along with others, I guess the way I would put that is that what we see across the Bay Area is that you have higher particulate matter emissions during the morning commute and during the evening commute. It's worse in the morning commute because the air is still, and so the pollution stays close to the ground. So we would expect to see high levels of particulate matter pollution from the freeway, and for those levels to be higher in the morning, even if the freeway was operating completely as designed without any problems at all. So just kind of a baseline, that's our expectation. Now the question is congestion making that worse? And that's not a question that we examined in detail to be able to say one way or another. I would say that intuitively, if folks are experiencing that, and especially if they're experiencing greater traffic on the roads that are close to their houses, because people are trying to, the freeway backup is getting into the neighborhoods, as Ms. Worth referenced, then I would expect there to be increased exposure to those individuals. One of the things that's tricky about air pollution and congestion, and this is something that has evolved a lot over the past 30 years that I've been in the air pollution business, is that for cars, light duty cars, passenger vehicles, most of the air pollution is coming from brake and tire wear and not from the tailpipe. So it used to be there was a big worry about people sitting in traffic and pumping pollution out. But that brake and tire wear is actually proportional to vehicle speed and the number of vehicles. So sometimes you can do things to reduce congestion that actually increase the overall throughput on the freeway. And so over the course of the year, you might see overall increase in air pollution. It depends a lot on what kind of traffic we're talking about too. Is it passenger vehicles or trucks? And what is that mix of things? So I was really happy to learn tonight that Caltrans has been working on that question and that there's some data to work with. As I said, we didn't look at this question in detail. We are right now working on a very similar problem in Oakland. As I'm sure you all are aware, there's no truck traffic allowed on 580 through Oakland. And in the West Oakland Community Action Plan, they put an item on the to-do list for the Air District, which was to work with Caltrans to evaluate the health and equity impacts of allowing trucks on 580. So we are working on something similar. This is something that we could take on if that recommendation came through the Community Steering Committee. We'd certainly take that into consideration if the request came from the Bay Area Toll Authority as well. Mm-hmm. So I wish I could be more definitive on this question, but it's just not something we examined in detail enough to be able to say one way or the other.
I think you've answered it very well. Are there any questions for Greg from council members? Okay, I don't see any, and I'm hoping maybe you'll stick around a little bit too. So
can I add more?
Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
And one more point, Tom. Thank you. Greg, thank you so much for I love listening to the Air District professionals. You guys are the best in these issues that we're grappling with. And I do think one of the things to remind people about, which I mentioned briefly in my report, is the Bridge Forward initiative. And I think that one of the biggest challenges for all of our bridges and all the Bay Area is the fact that we have so many single occupancy cars. And the question is, and our goal in our Plan Bay Area 2050 is reducing single occupancy travel. And, you know, we've been able to do it in the Bay Bridge and on the Bay Bridge more because of the commute sheds. And because many of the, you know, we've done, you know, we're looking at origin and destination analysis of, you know, where people are coming from in the East Bay and where they're going to in Marin. And in working with Marin County and with Marin Transit and our East Bay Transit agencies, one of our goals and hopes is if we can do a queue jumping HOV lane on the bridge, you know, to the bridge that gives that time incentive to transit, that we will be able to offer, you know, that the transit agencies will be able to offer attractive transit options from the East Bay to Marin County. And, you know, long term, I think that's going to be one of the really important aspects for you know, air quality, reducing single occupancy travel along that bridge corridor. So that's the, you know, that's in the works. We are, you know, we've been working with Caltrans to get the authorization and the funding and the resources to be able to do those, to do that project and to be able to advance the you know, the transit, the transit access on the bridge. And the work we've done on that analysis shows that it will give a real incentive to people to get on the buses to go from the East Bay to Marin County.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members, either questions to the sponsors of the resolution or to the or to Greg or Amy? Nat, you still have a hand up. Is that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, good. Okay, Councilmember Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, I like the concept of alleviating the traffic single occupancy with the shed. Do you have any other alternatives that might work that you could share with us?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, is that for me or for
either of you? I want all the expertise I can get.
So operationally, one of the other initiatives that's part of the Richmond Bridge project is to take advantage of the bike pathway using electric bikes as a, you know, for those that can commute on a bicycle, that choose to do so, that have jobs and either homes and jobs that are in a location that suits itself, to provide incentives for people to be able to acquire, electric bikes. That's another area that we are looking at in terms of how do we reduce single occupancy cars on that bridge. So that's another area that we're looking at in concert with, you know, the Air District, and providing incentive and funding to be able to provide those electric bikes to members of our communities too. And we also have, you know, at MTC, we do a lot of work with ride share, with, you know, carpooling, van pooling, those kinds of things that, you know, I think we can probably do a lot more in the communities where you've got these commute sheds where we want to get, you know, more people. And I know that the Contra Costa Transportation Authority has an active program in terms of encouraging, you know, carpooling and van pooling in commute sheds too. So that's the other, probably the other most significant way that you can take a small cohort of workers. Say if you have a group of county workers that live in Contra Costa or Alameda County and close by, that work in the county building in Santa Rafael. I know that there are a lot of carpools that go across that bridge, because that was one of the concerns that we had in terms of the southern lane, to make sure that was a safe corridor as people were coming home. So that's another area to encourage, you know, increase carpool use.
What are the possibilities of increasing public transit?
Well, that would be a priority. In other words, the key to the transit was, first of all, making the corridor work, so that that people will have an incentive to get on the bus because it will go faster. It will get them there, faster. As you know, like with the Bay Bridge, you've got that transit only access onto the bridge. Now, once they're on the bridge, things flow, but it's getting onto the bridge that seems to be the key part. So our idea is that we would work closely. We would get the corridor built so people could the buses could get onto the bridge, and then work to get the funding to be able to provide the express buses that would actually cross that bridge. And it would involve those various bus agencies that are connected with the bridge. And from a regional standpoint, express buses is a high priority of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. We finished the Blue Ribbon Task Force where, the region is struggling with how do we get people back onto buses, back onto transit, back onto BART. And one of the key findings we found is convenience and speed. Shortening the ride is really an important part. So this is why this Bridge Forward initiative and Transit Priority Initiative is very important moving forward. So, council member, that's what we're looking at regionally too. We would, prioritize funding for programs like this, express buses across the Richmond Bridge that would take people from the East Bay to the West Bay and back in the evening. But you got to have the corridors that make it, move faster than cars. And that is what we would do with those lanes. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight on what we're doing. But again, it's a priority. It's a regional priority. And the Richmond Bridge of all the state-owned bridges, we are responsible for the state-owned bridges except for the Golden Gate. And the Richmond Bridge is one of the top priorities in terms of the forward initiatives, the Richmond Bridge Forward, to put in place these improvements so that we can, really increase the mode shift from single occupancy cars to transit, and using the bike pathway as it exists today to get people on that, whether it's through electric bikes, but really looking at the transit piece, which is really important in terms of getting people. And then, of course, the idea is the transit buses, whether they go up to San Rafael to the transit center or would link, but that would be the next steps. But it would be a high priority for us.
Okay, thank you. One other question. How difficult would it be to change the direction of traffic on the bridges, the upper and lower? So that you have the traffic going one way during commute hours and another direction for a reverse commute.
So I'm trying to think, are you talking about something like the Golden Gate Bridge where you have a lane that shifts back and forth, or the way the Caldecott Tunnel was before the fourth? I'm trying to understand what.
Yeah. So something along that way. I know it's more difficult because of the way the bridge is configured, but.
So are you talking about like the upper deck, for example, if you wanted to turn that into a third lane occasionally and then have at some point and then turn it back into a bike lane? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about I think it's too complicated to explain without diagrams. So I'll just hold it for now and maybe discuss it at one of the community meetings.
Exactly. And please feel free, if you have any questions, to give me a call or our staff. And if you wanted to explore that, happy to chat offline.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead. Councilmember Willis. There we go. Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
I had a question related to the bridge, kind of unrelated. Well, in general, let me put it this way. Outside wondering if any of the two guests have any input about the future of the bridge in general, because from my understanding, I know that that bridge is necessarily, it's a concern pretty much in terms of its outdated infrastructure. And I guess I'm wondering if you all are aware of any renovations or rebuilds of the bridge similarly to what happened to the Bay Area Bridge because of how outdated the structure is itself. And for me too, that's also a safety concern that's in the back of my head every time I look at that bridge day by day. Does anybody know about future plans for the overall rebuild or improvement of that bridge, or are those things not being talked about like that?
I didn't fully understand that. It was a question having to do with replacing the bridge or building a new bridge.
Pretty much is my question, yeah.
So, you know what, Councilmember, I'd be happy to talk with you offline further in more detail about the question. I had a difficulty hearing you too, but I think what you were really asking was, you know, future retrofit, repair, replacement. What is the plan, right? Or what are you looking at the future? And if I could just say,
pretty much because from my understanding, that's kind of like a bridge that's been flagged as like a concern, and I know there's been a number of incidents that have happened on that bridge. So yeah, basically, what is the plans for the future of retrofitting or rebuilding the bridge because of those concerns that I'm aware of? So yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
okay, great. So basically in all the bridges, we continue to maintain them. We went through we're always working with Caltrans, going through a detailed, continually a regular analysis of the conditions of the bridge, both under the water, above the water, the concrete and the steel. As you know, we had some problems on the Richmond Sanfeld Bridge with some decking and some other issues. We're actually doing some retrofitting of the bridge right now, the top pieces. I'm looking at Councilmember Bates' picture of the suspension bridge, but if you look at the very tippy top there, on the Richmond Bridge where the trusses come together, we're doing some major work to reinforce the top of those bridges. We're constantly, maintaining those bridges, whether it's paint or structural, reinforcement needs to happen. So, at this point, what we do is we do a long-term projection in terms of maintenance versus, maintenance as long as is the appropriate course of action. And then at some point you get to the point of saying, okay, we're now at the point of a repair. I mean, that was the discussion with the eastern span of the Bay Bridge, that there were a lot of considerations that went into that. We continue to maintain the Richmond Bridge. I know there are a lot of questions about capacity, and there's no doubt our bridges are aging, but we are, maintaining them. And obviously the demands of the bridge in terms of capacity have really changed, and that's one of the challenges of some of these bridges, where there's structural integrity, but then their capacity gets challenged. So we do have, and we've got a detailed report, and I'd be happy to send it to you in terms of the Richmond Bridge, in terms of the work that's been done and the kind of the next steps. But we've done some significant work on the superstructure, and we'll continue to inspect and monitor these bridges every year. And then one of the biggest challenges for bridges is the erosion caused by the sea, air, and water that surrounds them. And so painting the bridges is probably one of the largest maintenance efforts that we have to maintain that structure of the steel. So we do that regularly, and I can give you a real detailed report that I would be very happy to send on to you and to the City Council about the Richmond Sanfeld Bridge.
I'd really appreciate that to the whole council. Thank you so much for your answer.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions from council members? I think at this time I will go to the public speakers then. So, Madam Clerk, would you go ahead and call the public speakers?
Okay, we currently have 4 hands raised. The speakers are Mark Wasberg, Joe Fisher, Bike East Bay, Bruce Byard, and Willie Robinson. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
You've been talking 45 minutes of talking stupid. You're not going to get the people out of their cars. You're not going to have these e-bikes going across the bridge during the winter time or any other time. You're probably going to have about 1% of the people on their e-bikes freezing their butts off going down there across the bridge. I mean, the only way you're really going to stop it, and the bus is going to take twice as long because they can't go in and out of cars. Because I ride the bus every day. It takes me almost an hour and a half to get to Oakland. The only way you're going to do it is probably build another bridge or build a tunnel underneath the water so you could have a special lane just for buses. I mean, this is the most stupidest thing I ever seen in my entire life. Anytime that you're going to have people going to work and people building businesses over in Marin County, more and more people are going to go. Just like look at Interstate 80. We have BART. We have AC Transit. It's still a nightmare. No matter what you do, you are not going to stop people from getting out of their cars. They're going to do it. So why don't you just build another bridge? Have 2 bridges going to Marin County and even a tunnel, or have ferry. That might do something, but the problem is you're going to have more people going. I mean, you're talking about what, another 25 years of study and a multi-billion-dollar program that's not going to even stop the people from getting out of their cars. And now this fool talks about, oh, it's not the cars, it's the tires are creating more of the pollution. I mean, you guys are talking so stupid that I don't even, and people just click and say, okay, what do we do? There's nothing you can do. There's the other thing, like I said, you build another bridge, you build a tunnel underneath the water.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Joe Fisher. Joe, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mayor Tom Butt, members of the City Council. My name is Joe Fisher. I live here in the city of Richmond. I'm the president of the Richmond and Marin Coalition for Transportation Justice. And I'm also the president of the Coordinator Neighborhood Council. I would like to thank Councilman Johnson and Willis for presenting this resolution. And I would also like to thank Amy Worth for being here. I think that was a great idea of our mayor to have her here. I had the opportunity of meeting with her on 2 occasions on Zoom regarding this issue. And I want our bikers to know that we are not trying to eliminate the bike lane, that we thoroughly understand the desire to encourage people to get out of their cars. On Highway 37 between Marin and Napa, they have 50,000 drivers per day. And we are planning to spend $300 to $400 million to help them in the short term, and $1 to $4 billion to help them in the long term. And I tell you, we all agree that that's the right thing to do. But when we come to Richmond, the Richmond Bridge, we have 80,000 drivers a day. Look, that's almost twice as many, but we can't spend $300 million. That is a problem. You see, because each working day during the morning commute, approximately 18,000 Bay Area residents try to cross the Richmond Santa Fe Bridge in their car or a pickup truck going to work. The vast majority of them are people of color like me, 63%. 69% of them do not have a college degree. You don't have to be shallow. Even the shallow can understand.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Bike East Bay. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Richmond City Council. This is Dave Campbell, Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay, Bike Walk Advocacy Group in the East Bay, Contra Costa, Alameda counties. We've worked with the city of Richmond, the CCTA, BATA, Amy Worth, and many other elected officials on this project since 2014. I'd forgotten it had been that long since we started this process, and have been part of the pilot. And I will say, I agree with Councilmember Johnson's request that air pollution should be studied. And Councilmember Johnson, I see you on the WICTAC meetings, leading those every month, and would welcome this discussion there as well. We wrote a letter 5 years ago asking for the same thing. And we are yet to get official response. Maybe we'll get it in a couple months that is going to study the air quality. That's great. I wrote a letter 5 years ago requesting that. So my advice to you would be to stay on top of Councilmember Worth and BATA on this. And in addition to air quality, we ask that traffic safety impacts be studied, noise be studied, and other access impacts be studied, and they be studied in Richmond, and they be studied in the low-income Black and Brown communities of Richmond. And 5+ years later now, we are still waiting for that information. So I agree with you on that. You know where we stand on the bike path. Mayor Butt has also made the point that opening up the third lane on the lower deck in the evening commute has moved more pollution into Richmond, where it was sort of settled in Marin before. And Mayor Butt, I'll let you expand on that. We want that to be studied as well. What's been the impact of just moving the pollution around there? Totally agree with you on that. What's also happened since this all started is we have ferry service, we have transit service, and we are encouraging e-bikes. So there's a lot to learn.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Bruce Byard. Bruce, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Mayor Butt, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byard, Chair of Track Trails Richmond Action Committee. Traffic congestion is indeed a very serious problem throughout the Bay Area, including indeed the westbound I-580 corridor between I-80 and the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge Toll Plaza and across the bridge. However, it has nothing to do with the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge Trail. That's the problem with this resolution. It blames the congestion on the bridge trail, whereas a study by UC Berkeley think tank using Caltrans study shows that actually it takes less time to travel I-80 to the Bridge Toll Plaza during the last 3 years since the bridge trail opened than it did prior to the opening of the trail. Less time. It also shows that vehicle speeds as a measure of weekday congestion are higher during the last 3 years than they were prior to opening the trail. There are many problems responsible for this congestion, and Amy Worth has outlined many of them. What is necessary is to ask BATA, MTC, and Caltrans to focus on things that will reduce congestion, such as expediting removal of the toll plaza area, making buses more affordable and convenient to use, and many other things that are part of the RSR forward program that Amy Worth described. These should be expedited, but the focus on twiddling around with the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge Trail has nothing to do with the traffic congestion. It's really a misdirection, and it's a misdirection based on a false presumption that somehow the last 3 years of this trail, with over 265,000 trips across it by bicycle pedestrians, has made congestion worse in the corridor. Is simply not true. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Willie Robinson. Willie, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Butts and honorable council members, and to those who are listening. I am Willie Robinson, president of the Richmond branch in ACP, but not necessarily speaking for the branch at this point, but most certainly a person who have been involved with air pollution as a part of AB 617 work and the community activities, or the community group that came together to look at air pollution in this area from all sources, including those that are being emitted by the vehicles. The bypass is a product of diverting traffic from some parts of the West County, North Richmond area. And we found, or it's evidence that the bypass is clogging up before you get to the bridge, and people are now diverting back through North Richmond, which is a residential area. The issue at the bridge relative to the lanes most certainly has created some additional kind of concerns in other portions of the community whose voice is less heard, and we don't always get the appropriate attention necessary to address these issues. So I'm supportive of the resolution. I have to do a disclaimer. I have not seen the resolution, but at the same time, anything that brings attention to the amount of pollution that's happening relative to vehicle traffic most certainly need to be looked at, and I would support anything moving forward with that. But minus knowing the details of the resolution, I will stop short there. But I am for anything moving forward to continue to study the impact of pollution from the various sources in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker.
So, as I said before, well, I didn't say this before, but I will observe that I don't think anybody who has spoken here tonight has opposed asking the Bay Area Toll Authority to study the air quality issues, to study air quality emissions, to look at additional bike improvements. I don't think anybody has a problem with the therefore be resolved part of this. My concern is with the whereases, and I think that where my problem is
Muted yourself, Mr. Mayor. You muted yourself right after you said what your problem
I
is.
start over again. Thank you.
No, you don't got to start over. You just pick up from where you said what your problem is.
Okay, so what I was saying is that I don't think anybody objects to asking Bay Area Toll Authority to pursue the 3 items and more that are listed in the therefore it be resolved part of this resolution. What I find troubling is that the whereases have embedded in them several conclusions that are not based on information that we have now. You know, one of them is that there's a conclusion in there that air quality has been degraded because of the bike pedestrian path. And I think we've heard from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District representative that they have no evidence that is in fact true, and that sometimes this conclusion is even counterintuitive. There's another conclusion in here that that Richmond should have 3 lanes during the morning commute, and maybe that's a good idea, but it's already been studied extensively, and you know, there are some issues with it, as we've heard, and that is that you can't have 3 lanes unless you do extensive work on both ends of the bridge. And we've also heard that the recent study by Caltrans and the University of California shows that commute times have actually been reduced since the bike lane went in, not increased. And then there's a final whereas in here is that says Caltrans should provide a new bike lane on the bottom deck. And again, maybe that's a good idea, maybe it's not, but all of these things are part of the continuing study that MTC's doing, and according to Amy, that if the city asks them to, you know, they'll incorporate them into their future studies. So I'm going to ask the vice mayor if he'd be willing to put this forward as a motion and just eliminate all the whereases and keep the therefore be resolved. See if we can't get a unanimous vote on this and move forward.
Well, I would also like to, on the resolved, on the 3, it says including but not limited to a second bike path on the lower deck with a movable barrier. I would like to have that stricken.
It's already in there.
No, I want it removed.
Oh, you want it removed?
Yes, I want that removed because what it does is it points towards one particular solution over the others. And I believe that all the solutions need to be looked at equally.
Well, what if we, instead of saying pursue
Well,
funding?
I'm sorry. Point of information. I know you had said vice mayor, but I believe you were speaking to me as the sponsor of the item. Were you not?
Wait, say again?
When you had asked for the particular motion
Yeah,
to be
I'd ask you if you'd be willing to.
you were speaking to me, right? But I know you had made a mistake.
Right,
saying
yeah,
vice
yeah.
mayor. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that before we went on this back and forth between you and the current vice mayor.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, is that something you'd consider, is putting this forward and just eliminating all the whereases?
I do have a co-sponsor, so I would like for him to also weigh in and get his opinion. If that is a way for us to move forward and get a unanimous vote, if the vote can be unanimous, you know.
Councilor Willis, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm okay with it too, because at the end of the day, the language is going to be the language, and I know those details matter, but what it's really going to come down to after the study is making sure we're studying the right information and getting the right solution and what that implementation looks like so we can move forward. As long as the intent of this resolution is being communicated so we can get the information that was being requested from Councilmember Johnson and myself as a co-sponsor. Also, once again, Councilmember, thank you for doing the work, putting this together and inviting me to be a co-sponsor. I'm happy to move forward with the resolution as is, but if that does get a unanimous vote, I'm cool with it, just as long as we can study all those variables and get accurate information to make logical decisions on how to move forward to alleviate traffic congestion, environmental impact, and also creating safe corridors for bicycles to be able to pass through the San Rafael Bridge.
And again, in the spirit of trying to get a unanimous vote, addressing Councilmember Martinez's concern, if on, item 3 starts off with saying pursue funding for additional bridge improvements, including but not limited to a second bike path on the lower deck. If we could make a minor change to that, instead of saying pursue funding, say study additional bridge improvements, including but not limited to. Would that satisfy you, Councilor Martinez?
No, I wouldn't. I don't have a problem with pursuing funding. I think we need to pursue funding. What I have problems with is including but not limited to a second bike path on the lower deck with a movable barrier. The reason I have a problem with that is because it singles out one particular solution, and I think all solutions need to be considered equally.
Well, it says including but not limited to.
Right, right. But the language points out one particular solution. So why can't we just say pursue funding for additional bridge improvements to alleviate traffic congestion on Interstate 580 and in Richmond neighborhoods?
Vice Mayor, would you be willing to go with that?
Tom, I guess in your heart, I'm gonna always be your vice mayor. But
I'm sorry. I get you guys mixed up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. For me, it's different ways of saying the same thing, and if it makes the current vice mayor feel more comfortable to move forward, I'm me, I'm not a hard man. I try not to be a hard man to deal with. So
okay,
yeah.
well, why don't you, with that in mind, why don't you make your motion, and I think we can get a unanimous vote on this.
Well, I'd like to make the motion that we pass the resolution with the therefore be it resolved, as well as with the language as laid out by the vice mayor. It's a lot. It was a lot in that motion, and I'm hoping that the city clerk got it, because I'm trying my best to recount it as to get this unanimous vote. So it's passing only the therefore be it resolved pieces. The first piece being hold a public hearing of the Bay Area Toll Authority BATA on the 4-year bike path pilot program with a particular focus on air quality issues associated with traffic congestion on the bridge. The second point being to add to the 4-year bike path pilot study an analysis of air quality emissions and associated health impacts as a result of increased traffic congestions of I-580 in the Richmond neighborhoods. And third, pursue funding for additional bridge improvements. And Vice Mayor Martinez, this is where your language comes in.
Right.
If you could just repeat it for
pursue funding for additional bridge improvements to alleviate traffic congestion on Interstate 580 and in Richmond neighborhoods.
There we go. And that is my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second by Willis.
Okay, second by Willis. And I just want to say again, I apologize for getting you vice mayors mixed up. I've been mayor for nearly 8 years. I've been through 8 vice mayors. And before that, there were 20. And sometimes it's hard to just keep track of vice mayors.
Oh, Tom, it's okay to admit, you can even put this in your e-form, that I've been your favorite one so far out of all of these 27, 30 years. Just go ahead and admit it for the public. It's okay, you like me.
Well, somebody also said once a vice mayor, always a vice mayor, right? So, okay, so let's, if there's no more discussion, let's call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates.
I thought about being the devil's advocate and vote no, but I'll go along with it for the sake of unity.
Okay, and Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes. And I want to thank Councilmember Johnson for bringing this up. This is an important issue, and I think we've flushed out a lot of questions about it tonight. And I think where we're going is a good place. And I want to thank Amy and Greg for being here tonight. And I think it turned out well, and I hope everybody's happy with it. So.
Likewise, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate everyone for the respectful and spirited conversation. I think it was one of the best ones we've had so far.
Okay, let me confirm the vote. The motion passes with Councilmember Jimenez absent.
Okay, we'll proceed with the rest of our agenda. The next item on it is item P2. Receive a quarterly update from PG&E. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Item P1, are we skipping that one?
Oh, I'm sorry, P1. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, P1, back to P1.
Okay, item P1 is to receive a presentation by Contra Costa Health Services of the 2021 Annual Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance Report pursuant to Richmond Municipal Code Section 6.43.160.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, council members, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. With me this evening, we have representatives from Contra Costa Health Services from the Hazardous Materials Program, and they will be presenting their 2021 annual report on the Industrial Safety Ordinance. So with that, I'll pass it over to Nicole Heath as well as Matt Kaufman. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Okay, let me just bring the presentation up and then we'll go ahead and get started. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here this evening. My name is Nicole Heath. I am currently the Supervising Accidental Release Prevention Engineer within our Hazardous Materials Department, and I'm here to talk about our 2021 Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance Annual Report. Before we go into the report itself, I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about County Hazmat's programs, the activities that our group does to implement the California Accidental Release Prevention Program and the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance, and the staffing that we have for these programs. So here in Contra Costa County's Hazardous Materials Division, we have 11 programs, but my engineering team really focuses on 2, implementation of the CalARP program and the County and City of Richmond's Industrial Safety Ordinance. Some of the various activities that our engineering group does is we perform triannual audits of the CalARP and ISO facilities within Contra Costa County. We develop guidance documents for use by the facilities that we regulate to implement these regulations. And also when we are on site, we review documents related to the various safety program elements. And also in the office, we review documents that are submitted to us as required by the CalARP and the ISO regulations. And this includes something that is known as a risk management plan and also a safety plan. We also perform public outreach as part of the county and Richmond industrial safety ordinances. When we have completed our triennial audits, we are required to go to a public meeting where we will present our audit findings. And so we do this about 4 times a year. In terms of staffing, we currently at this time have 7 staff. At the time of the 2021 report, we did have 8 staff. We excuse me, audit, as I said, every 3 years for our facilities. We spend anywhere from 1 week to 5 weeks performing these audits. And we typically can take teams of 1 person to 7 people when we go and perform the audits of these facilities. For a facility that is within our Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance, those audit durations will be 4 to 5 weeks, and we will take a team of 4 to 7 people with us. When performing our audits and inspections, we do use a access database that lays out all of our audit protocols, and we can answer up to 400 different questions related to the safety program elements that we're implementing. In terms of the regulations, I want to give a little bit of a history and overview of Contra Costa County, where we started and how we got to where we are now within our Richmond and County Industrial Safety Ordinance. So, the whole idea behind what we are trying to accomplish with our county and Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance is the prevention of accidental releases. Within Contra Costa County, we have had numerous incidents, and I'm not going to go into detail of these, that have had great impacts to the workers and the community and the environment from the facilities that we are currently regulating. As a result of this, there were federal and state regulations that were created, and really our basis comes from the federal EPA's risk management program. It's a performance-based program that relies on regulated substance threshold quantities to qualify a facility to be in the program. In the federal EPA program, there are 77 toxic chemicals that are on the list. When California developed their California Accidental Release Prevention programs, we've expanded that list to 276 toxic chemicals, in addition to significantly lowering thresholds for certain chemicals. A couple of examples that I will give will be for chlorine, the threshold quantity in California is 100 pounds. And for ammonia, it is 500 pounds, as opposed to thousands of pounds that we see in the federal regulations to qualify to be regulated by this program. At the time, the facilities that are currently in the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance were regulated under CalARP as Program 3. On the screen, you will see the different different prevention program elements that they are required to implement, which are very similar to Cal OSHA's Process Safety Management Program and identical to the EPA's Risk Management Program for Program 3s. These facilities were also required to submit a risk management plan, which details the facilities programs, how they will implement them on site, and also gives us an accident history for the site. When the Industrial Safety Ordinance was introduced in the early 2000s, and then again in the city of Richmond in 2002, this has incorporated all of the Program 3 requirements, and we brought in additional program elements. We brought in a human factors element that really is taking a look at the way that the workers are interacting with the field when they're going out and performing their operations or maintenance duties. We're looking at changes that happen within the organization that affect health and safety through what is known as the management of organizational change. We're looking at the inherently safer design options that can be available for our facilities. And in addition to that, we also have under our incident investigation policy the requirement to perform a root cause analysis, which is a systemic method for going and identifying the management systems that contribute to an incident and looking at fixing those management systems rather than fixing just the individual, thing that had occurred during the incident in one place within the facility. We also have facilities look at safeguard protection analysis, and this is an overview of all of the different protective, not protective functions, but protective equipment that exist within the facility and ensuring that it helps to prevent catastrophic incidents. We require facilities to perform safety culture assessments to take a look at how the employees and contractors are viewing the culture of the site. And we also require facilities to report out on common process safety metrics annually, which is included in my report out tonight, and a submittal of a safety plan, which again will address the accident history, looking at those higher severity incidents that in our Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance we call the MCAR, or Major Accident Chemical or Release. And just for everyone's edification, an MCAR event is something that is a level 2 or 3 incident for our community warning system notifications. And those level 2 and 3 incidents are those incidents that have some sort of community impact and would require either a health advisory for a level 2 or a shelter in place notification for level 3s. From the county's industrial safety ordinance, the state of California has recently implemented what is known as CalART Program 4 for refineries. And that is very similar and actually took some of its basis from the county and city of Richmond's industrial safety ordinance, adding on to the Program 3 CalART requirements for human factors and some of these other program elements I just discussed. And just, an item of note is that the CalART Program 4 requirements do require the damage mechanism reviews of facilities, which is not currently required within the county industrial safety ordinance or Richmond industrial safety ordinance. Currently, right now, we have 6 facilities that we consider ISO or RISO facilities. In order to be an ISO or RISO facility, you have to meet 2 requirements. One is being in either the city of Richmond or in unincorporated Contra Costa County. And then the second is defined by your what's known as an NAICS, or North American Industrial Classification Code. And the codes that would trigger being in the ISO or RISO would be those that are for chemical manufacturing sites or petroleum sites. So we have within our 6 facilities, 3 refineries and 3 chemical manufacturing companies. So now I want to transition over and really talk about the ISO-RISO annual report. In my report brief, I just want to highlight that, on our website, which is cchealth.org/hazmat, you can find the full RISO report brief. It contains all of the information that is required within the RISO for our department to report out on, such as the funding that it takes to implement this program, the amount of hours that are spent implementing this program, staffing levels, overview of the status of the safety plans for the facilities. We also document all of the MCARs, major chemical accident and releases that have occurred throughout the history of the ISO and RISO. And then we have the annual report outs from each of the ISO and RISO facilities, which contain the metrics or performance indicators, and also look at our American petroleum incident rates and how the facilities within Contra Costa compare. So the next thing I'd like to go over is our major chemical accidents or releases from 1999 till now. As you can see, pre-industrial safety ordinance, we had quite a few MCARs that were occurring within our county, and over the years through the implementation of the industrial safety ordinance, and as we've amended our county and city industrial safety ordinances to incorporate more requirements on the facilities, we have seen a decrease. You'll notice that we have 3 different severity levels: severity 3, 2, and 1. Severity level 3 incidents are those of the highest severity, and those are any incidents that result in fatality, serious injuries, or any major on-site or off-site consequences. And you'll note that since 2012, we have not had any severity level 3 MCARs. For severity level 2s, those are those incidents that have resulted in an impact to the community, or if conditions had been slightly different, could easily have been a severity level 3 incident. And then for our severity level 1 incidents, those are incidents that resulted in no or minor injuries and slight impact to community, and very minor or no on-site damage. The next graph I have is really just a comparison between the total number of MCARs we've seen from 1999 till now, and then a breakdown on MCARs for our Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance facilities and those that are within the county's industrial safety ordinance. So as you can see, if we look back over the last couple of years, we have had 1 MCAR that occurred in Richmond in 2021, but prior to that, the trend we were seeing no MCARs coming from Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance facilities as compared to our total ISO and MCAR report outs. I had mentioned that we also require our facilities to report annually on different metrics and performance indicators. And so while this report is for the 2021 reporting period, the facilities will be reporting for the year beforehand. So for 2021, we're giving information for the calendar year for 2020, which would be, January through December. And so we have required our facilities to report out on a couple of different performance indicators. The first one is any overdue inspections that are related to their mechanical integrity program. This would be inspections for tanks and piping and other critical equipment. The next indicators that we report out on are past due process hazard analysis recommendations. We track this because the process hazard analysis are a study that is completed by the facilities that takes a look at the different units and evaluates through the units all of the different scenarios that could occur, which would result in some sort of loss of containment or an MCAR event or a catastrophic consequence. And as part of that study, the facilities are required to make recommendations to be able to reduce the risk of these types of events happening. And the last thing is past due incident investigation recommendations. So as you can see at the top, I have the two Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance facilities, which are our Chemtrade Richmond site and the Chevron Richmond refinery. And for the 2020 year, both of the facilities reported 0 overdue inspections, 0 past due PHA recommendations, and 0 past due incident investigation recommendations. The next set of indicators that we have our facilities report out on are process safety events. We have two different tiers that we ask reporting on, a tier 1 and tier 2. The LOPC that you see on top of the table stands for loss of primary containment. And really what we're looking at is we're looking at two different types of events. A tier 1 event is a event with the greatest consequence, which means you've had an unplanned or uncontrolled release of a material, including any non-toxic or flammable materials. And there's a whole set of criteria that qualifies an event as a tier 1 event. This type of event was defined by the American Petroleum Institute, but has been adopted by the American Chemistry Council as well. So we are using these events so that way we have a common way to judge what the incident rate looks like for our facilities, seeing as how we have refineries and chemical manufacturing sites within the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance and County Industrial Safety Ordinance. We also have the mean number reported out to us. This comes directly from the American Petroleum Institute, or API. And really what the mean is it's showing the average number of tier 1 incidents that have been reported for that year from API member companies. And the API member companies will report out for all of their sites. So for example, Chevron would be reporting not only for the Richmond site, but any other sites that they have nationwide. So if we take a look over here at 2020, the average number of these tier 1 types of incidents that we were seeing, for all of the reporting companies was 0.84. For 2020, Chemtrade Richmond and Chevron both reported 0. And we have a history of these indicators from 2011, which is when we required them to first be reported out. Similarly, we have the data for our tier 2 loss of primary containment events. These loss of primary containment events are just those events very similar to the tier 1, but of lesser consequence. So that means these events are not resulting in fatalities or serious injuries. The damage that's done to the site is at a lesser threshold. And we also have a very similar mean reported out by API for these types of events. And so for comparison, in 2020, the mean for tier 2 events was 1.8 incidents on average, and reported out by Chemtrade Richmond and the Chevron refinery. For 2020, we had 0 tier 2 incidents and 1 tier 2 incident reported out. Before I close, the last thing I wanted to talk about is just the audits that we have done recently since we've last reported out. So for the Chevron Richmond refinery, we performed an audit in 2019. This was the 7th audit for the facility, and we had a total of 45 ensure action items. The way that our team performs audits, what we define as an ensure action item is any time during our audit when we have noticed a regulatory deficiency within either the CalARP or Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance program. So just to talk about some of the areas for improvement from these, out of these 45 ensure action items we saw, we did note that many programs needed to have gaps addressed to meet the new regulatory standards. I had mentioned a CalARP program 4. And so when we performed the audit in 2019, we found that, the employee participation program on the site, the incident investigation program on the site, and the process pre-startup safety review program element all had not been modified to meet the new regulatory requirements required by CalARP Program 4. We also found that the fatigue management needed to be evaluated to address the increases in employee working hours. And this is something that was directly related to a Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance requirements. I did want to point out too that we did complete an audit in 2022 of the Chevron Richmond refinery. Those audit results will be shared in next year's report out. I'm hoping that you guys will have me back to report the newer numbers, but I did want to also point out that our 2022 audit and all audits that we do review the past audit to ensure that those action items that we have found have been completed. So in our 2022 audit, we took a look at the 45 items identified in 2019. And what we found is that of those items, there were only 6 items that had not been addressed. And the reason for that is 3 of the items had not had a chance to be addressed. Many of the programs that we ask facilities to implement go on larger timelines, such as every 5 years, and we come and audit once every 3 years. So the facility had not had an opportunity to address the deficiencies that we found because it was not time for the next study to take place yet. We also had 3 additional action items that we called repeat action items. And this is something that if we have found in a previous audit that then was not completed and is brought forth into the new audit as a repeat item. When we find repeat action items, we do then put the facility on a schedule to work with us to come into compliance. The other thing that I also wanted to point out is that there is one very big difference between the county's industrial safety ordinance and the City of Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance. And that is that we have an on-site engineer at Chevron from our hazardous materials programs. This was required as a result of the 22 fire that occurred at Chevron. We started providing an on-site engineer from our hazardous materials programs in 2017, and we continue to provide an on-site engineer at the Chevron refinery. That did look a little bit different for us during the pandemic. While we were not able to be on-site due to COVID-19, we were able to still provide oversight to the process safety programs at Chevron via virtual participation in their various studies. The role is currently split between 3 engineers who do a rotation throughout the year every 4 months. And some of the other on-site activities that we were able to do virtually outside of the studies that I mentioned is we still had bi-weekly meetings with the process safety management group in order to stay abreast of all of the changes that were occurring at Chevron and any other important information related to process safety. And we did still participate in virtual health and safety evaluations as part of the management of change process. And this is a process that the facility has to go through when they're making changes to equipment, chemicals, technology, or procedures. We also were able to have access to the USW representatives as necessary to keep apprised of also other various process safety activities during the COVID-19 pandemic. For next year's report, I will be more than happy to discuss how we've reintegrated on site and talk more in depth about the activities that we are able to do when we are on site. But I did want to note that that is, unique to the Chevron Richmond refinery and the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance. And so with that, I just want to end, with reiterating that, here in Contra Costa County Hazardous Materials Program and with the implementation of the ISO and RISO, our mission is for a clean, healthy, and safe environment. We're here to protect human health, and we want to increase process safety knowledge and environmental awareness. I will end by leaving up my information here, my email address, and as I have noted, if you want more information, you can go to our website, cchealth.org/hazmat. On our website, we have information for our various programs, including our industrial safety ordinance. And thank you very much, everybody, for having me here tonight.
Questions from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for that very detailed presentation. A couple of times, I think you stated dates wrong. You stated initially that the last time the RISO was revised was in 2002, but it was revised in 2012. And you actually stated that the fire, I think you must have been referring to you said it was the 2002 fire, but it was 2012. So is that correct, what you were referring to, the 2012? That's the major fire?
Yes, no, I apologize. Let me clarify. I'm sorry. I wanted to make the distinction that the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance was first implemented in 2002. Yes, we've had many revisions since then, I believe also in
2012 or 13.
2012 or 13, and I believe again in 2016. Yes, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to separate dates for Richmond and between Richmond and the county amendments. And then, yes, I was referring to the 2012 fire that occurred at the Chevron Richmond refinery. Thank you.
Those things happen. It's easy to get years mixed up. But my question is, you mentioned that one of the tasks or goals or elements that you address through the RISO is the prevention of releases. And I think it's pretty clear to those of us in Richmond that flaring at the Chevron Richmond refinery has gone, up enormously. It used to, it's almost every day or several times a week, it seems. So is that something that the RISO looks at in your audits?
So actually, I'm going to let Matt Kaufman from our Hazardous Materials Department handle this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin. It's a great question because we have seen an increase in the amount of flaring that's been occurring at the Chevron Richmond refinery. And we know that flaring has the potential and does impact the health of our residents at times, depending upon weather conditions and what chemicals are involved. So we do have safety programs that we hope and that through the implementation of them, reduce those flaring events. Ultimately, the role of the county really is to ensure that the facilities are implementing safety programs that hopefully will reduce the amount of flaring that occurs at these facilities. I think, as you guys probably know, flaring is ultimately overseen and regulated by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And so they have final say, and actually they have flow meters on all the flares here within Contra Costa County and throughout the Bay Area at refineries. And so ultimately they have ultimate regulatory authority over flaring. But that being said, we do recognize that there is a potential for and does impact the health of our residents. And so we're actually meeting with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District here shortly, I think at the end of this week, to start to talk about the very question that you're asking about, Council Member, because we know that it impacts the health of our residents. We know it impacts the community in Richmond, and we want to make sure that we're addressing that sort of in a united front with the Air District.
Thank you so much. I just want to add to that I recall when the flare rule came about in 2004. And that's when I first started learning about, flares and what they're for. And my understanding was that the flare rule was stating that they should only be used in emergencies. And it seems like they're using them for startups and I don't know precisely what they're using them for, but if they're using them for emergencies, they have a whole lot of emergencies going on. So I think there's something within the use of the refinery, perhaps from the new modernization project that is leading to the use of more flaring on a regular basis to, burn off these extra materials that creates the need for a flare, which then causes health impacts on our community. So, I understand that you're meeting with the Air District, and so I hope you can convey to them how concerned our community is about this increase in flaring. So that's my comments.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councilmember McLaughlin. And I will say, we revised the county's notification policy earlier this year in January, and those changes went into effect in March. And so two things really came from that revision. The first is we wanted consistency of reporting of flaring incidents throughout Contra Costa County. And we were seeing inconsistencies amongst the refineries in particular about when they would report flaring to us. The second is we really want a level of transparency with the health department in terms of how much flaring is actually occurring. And so I think we've realized since March with the implementation of this new policy that flaring is probably occurring more often than we had initially known prior to this change occurring. And now that we've looked at 6 or so months of data, we're a little concerned, and we are definitely going to be meeting with the Air District regarding this. So I think we share your concerns, and there's more to come.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I have similar concerns about flaring. We had a presentation from Chevron staff, and they indicated that the flaring was a safety valve that prevented accidents. And so if that's true, then as Councilmember McLaughlin said, they're running a pretty shoddy safety program if it requires that many safety valve incidents. I'm also concerned about the cumulative effect of all the flaring. Maybe you can't answer this, but this is something that you should consider. Is there a limit of how much toxins can be released yearly? We have so many flares and they're level 1, so don't worry about it. But if they continue to happen, they do become something that we should worry about. So there should be a limit on toxins released by a refinery. The other thing is safety and staffing. It's my understanding that Chevron has on occasion staffed the refinery with people who were not qualified to run that refinery, and that they were changing policies so that a lot of the physical eyes on safety were being laid off, done away with, to be taken over by cameras. So these are safety concerns that I think should be part of RISO, and I would really love it if it could be considered.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I'll respond to sort of the ongoing releasing of materials and how much is allowed, and then Nicole, maybe if it's okay with you, if you can handle the staffing portion of the Vice Mayor's question. Vice Mayor, we've been having a tremendous amount of conversation actually lately with the county health officer regarding really the chronic exposure of our community when we have flaring incidents that are taking place, in some cases almost daily at certain points, and what that looks like in terms of the public health impacts. I think everyone can realize that there's acute exposure, which is sort of a short-term exposure, but then I think what's less understood, and especially with respect to flaring, is what those long-term public health impacts are with low-level maybe exposure over a longer period of time that keep occurring. And that's, I think, one of the major concerns that Nicole and I have as we started to look at the data, the increased reporting that has been required by all the refineries here in Contra Costa County. And I think that chronic exposure question is starting to come up, Vice Mayor. So that's something that we're definitely going to take back. We're working with our county health officer on. We're going to work with the Air District on, but that is something that's on our mind, and we're doing a lot of thinking about it. Nicole, do you want to respond to the staffing questions that the Vice Mayor had?
Yeah, so to address the question that you had on staffing, what I can say from the perspective of what we're implementing with the RISO, as I stated in my presentation, we go and we perform these audits and inspections once every 3 years. Part of the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance requires looking at different human factors elements. Within the human factors requirements, there is a requirement for the facilities to evaluate the fatigue of their employees and the staffing of their employees. This includes shift work and overtime. We're requiring facilities, to look towards the American Petroleum Institute standard for fatigue management. The CalARP, the California Accidental Release Prevention Program 4 requirements have now introduced taking a look at contractor fatigue management as well. I did also, I believe, mention something that is called a management of organizational change. And this is also taking a look at any changes that are made to staffing, including elimination of positions, combining duties of positions into one position, greatly increasing somebody's position. And this is for any position that is related to health and safety, operations, maintenance, and engineering within the facility. So what I can say is that, as a performance-based regulation, we come in and we audit these facilities every 3 years to look and see if they, if their systems to implement these prevention program elements are in place, that they're robust, and that they're maintained. I think an item of note from the 2019 audit is that we were seeing fatigue issues within the staffing, and we had asked Chevron to address that, and that is something that they did address, and we saw improve from our 2022 audit. I think another part of your question was really related to the training. While I can't speak directly to everything that goes into the training of personnel on site, it is another component that we are tasked with looking at during our audits and inspections. We ensure that there are properly trained operators, maintenance, and contractor personnel who are performing the work on site. There are various requirements on how often these positions need to be trained, how those training programs are developed, and also on the human factor side, the recognition and being trained in all of the different elements that relate to human factors. And so we did also evaluate those trainings during our audits of the Chevron Richmond refinery. To my knowledge, I don't recall any from 2019, us having any ensure action items, which would have been a direct violation of any of the regulatory requirements, nor do I recall this coming up in 2022, where this was looked at exhaustively, especially in light of the labor negotiations that were going on during that time.
Did you get your questions answered?
I did.
Okay. Councilman Willis, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question and then followed by a comment. There have been times where I could step outside and just look towards the direction of the Chevron refinery and just kind of see the entire sky lit on fire like it's Mordor or something like that. But when I look at my phone, I don't necessarily have a notification letting me know there's a flaring notice, even though I'm clearly seeing flames come out of the refinery. Do you have a comment or any guidelines on that? I guess my actual question is like, if I'm seeing obvious flaring coming from the refinery, but I'm not getting a notification from the county about it, who can I then notify to say, hey, this is what I'm seeing? Because I felt like that's happened a few times where I can clearly see flaring, but I don't get a notification from the county at all sometimes, or it comes like 45 minutes to an hour after the fact. So I guess like, who do I notify if I'm not seeing a notification?
Right. Okay. So to address your question, I'm going to kind of tackle the first part about the notifications that you are saying that, you might see later on. So within our county hazardous materials notification, it is on the facility to notify us when they are aware of an incident occurring at their facility. When we made changes to our notification policy that became effective in March 14th of 2022. We did put stricter requirements on the amount of time for a facility to notify us. And so our new time requirements are, and Matt, you can correct me if I get anything wrong on this one, but I believe it's, 15 minutes when they, know exactly the source of what's going on, 20 minutes if they have to, to be able to answer, those initial questions we have. If a facility, you've noticed that there's something going on at the facility and you don't seem to have, gotten any notification on this, even despite being signed up for the community warning system alerts, you can always call our office number, which is 925-655-3200, to let us know. And then we will have our incident response team reach out to the facility and, see if there's something that we should be aware of. But to address just kind of the notification of flaring overall, that is actually one of the big changes that we made to our notification policy, was to bring more transparency to the public about these visible or audible flares that may be occurring. So for all of our lowest level incidents, level 1 flaring events, we do have the facilities notify us if it's lasting longer than 20 minutes with a visible or audible effect. Then that will be posted on our website so that the public is aware that there is some sort of activity going on for their information. Level 1 is really just informative type of events, while our level 2 is, something where you might need to have a health advisory, and then level 3 are those protective action events where, the community will have to go and do something such as shelter in place.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And I'm gonna have to get back from the clerk to get the number back because I didn't have time to write the number down. But no, thank you for that, because I know there have been times where I have seen flaring, and I am not an expert on what the levels should be. All I see is fire in the sky, and I'm like, oh, that's not right. That's just how my brain works. And no, I have noticed, like, in my and I'll wrap up right here for you to go back to comments. I'm sorry, but I just looking at some of the notifications I got via text message last week, or in the last week and a half, and I got 2 notifications on the 14th, one on the 18th, 2 on the 20th, and 2 on the 21st. So just even in that pattern alone, and seeing that it's happening more than once a day, is kind of like hugely concerning for me as well. So I just want to bring that up to you. And also, you can go back to your comment. I do appreciate you taking time to talk with us and answer my questions as well.
No, thank you. And, again, I just want to reiterate that, if you do see something and you feel that there's not been any notifications coming your way, please do report that to us, because we will follow up and ensure, that we understand what's going on from what you're seeing. And it's really, our job and the facility's job, right, to figure out what might be going on, what level of an incident there might be if there is an incident. We just ask the community to please, yes, notify us if you're concerned about anything.
Councilor Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a 3-part question. I'd like to know the comparison of the other refineries in Martinez and Rodeo in relationship to Chevron. The second, what is the health implication, impact on the flaring? And the third is, what would be the result if there was no flaring?
May I ask a clarification on your first point? When you asked for a comparison of Chevron to the other refineries, what comparison are you
flaring? Is this a common occurrence with all refineries or just with Chevron?
So I'll turn this back over to Matt Kaufman.
Yeah, Councilmember Bates, those are very good questions. I think in comparison, as we look at the data that we've had in the past 6 months or so since the ordinance or since our notification policy has changed, we definitely see that Chevron outpaces the other 2 operating refineries here in Contra Costa in terms of flaring, and actually by quite a bit. And so again, it's alarming to us. We're going to be talking to the Air District about that. So I think what everyone is sort of anecdotally seeing in terms of how much you drive by the refinery and see flaring or get notifications on your phone. The data is also indicating that their flaring incidents are much higher than the others in Contra Costa County. So I think that answers the first question. In terms of health impacts from flaring, it really depends on the incident itself. And I say that because there's different chemicals that are burned through the flare depending upon which process unit or units is in an upset condition. So depending upon what's sent to the flare and what's being burned at the flare and the quality of the burn at the flare, the health impacts can vary quite dramatically, actually. Sometimes we see very few chemicals being released because there's a lot of steam at the flare. We're seeing what we would say is probably near complete combustion, meaning all of the carbon material that's going to the flare is being reduced to carbon dioxide. But then there's other times where I think we've all been seen in Richmond at the Chevron refinery where the flare is not as clean burning. And we see a lot of soot or black smoke that's coming from the flare. And that's the result of really incomplete combustion. And it's a creation of a lot of different chemicals that go into the air, including particulate matter. So to answer the question in sort of the clearest way, I think, council member, is any flaring has the potential to impact the health of our residents. And in particular, flaring that is dirty or has a lot of particulate matter going into the sky or smoke associated with it can be considered more hazardous in general. That being said, I think with Chevron in particular and the other refineries as well, we typically see that they do have a fairly clean burn at most of their flaring incidents. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have incidents where there isn't smoke that's coming from the flare, or maybe initially there's a little bit of smoke that comes from the flare before they can get steam to the flare to get adequate combustion. But it really depends on the incident, council member. But I think to the overarching goal, I think of the hazmat division, as well as I think their quality management district, is we want to see as few flaring incidents as possible. And that will directly impact in a positive way the health of our residents here in Contra Costa.
Now, we've seen a significant number of medical treatments as a result of flaring. You keep record like Kaiser Hospital, some of the other medical facilities?
There have been incidents in the past where we've seen an increase in what we would relate to as emergency department volume. I know during the August 2012 fire, there was a lot of folks that sought medical attention. I think for some of the flaring events that we see more regularly, if you will, we don't track emergency room data on each of the flaring incidents. And to my knowledge, and I speak with our emergency medical services division that sort of tracks all of this stuff. They're not alerting us to higher numbers during flaring incidents. But Council Member Bates, I think you have a good question, and I'll take that back to our team to make sure that we're addressing that for each flaring incident. And then in terms of, I think your last question, which was what would happen if there was no flaring at the refinery? Nicole, you can probably speak a little bit better to that about why refineries have flares, sort of what would happen if we didn't have a flare or a safety relief mechanism at the refinery. I'll let you take that, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you, Matt. So, the result that would be, if there was no flares. So, we're going back to this whole concept of the flares as a safety device. And so what the flares function is to really help prevent an overpressure scenario within a unit. And an overpressure scenario would be bad because if it were to exceed a pressure that's the maximum allowable pressure of a tank or exceed the pressure that a pipe could handle, then you would have, you would have a loss of containment. You'd have, a break in the pipe, right? You would have a break in the tank. These could also lead to ignition events, which would then cause, fires. And so very catastrophic incidents. And so what the flare is allowing the unit to do is that when cases are in that unit, when you're seeing that pressure rise and getting closer to the, higher levels. And I do want to make it very clear that refineries do have very strict operating limits that they operate within that are well below these maximum allowable pressures. When they get to that point, then they are able to send, some of this off over to the flare and have that combustion process be completed. So that way the pressure will be able to stabilize and you're avoiding those types of events. So the flares do serve a purpose in providing safety within these units.
Well, it's a very serious matter, and sometimes you have to throw a little humor into it. And to you, Nicole, you're in the health profession, right? The medical profession?
I'm in hazardous materials, but yes, we are part of health services.
So all you have to do is put an L before the TH, you'll be perfect in Nicole Health. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just would like some more detail, I don't know whether it'll go on your website or, you'll bring it back to us, but more details on the flaring, like, metrics, how many flares have been produced in the last year and the year before, et cetera. I mean, and what was the length of the flares, and also what level they were at. And also with the staffing, you mentioned that the fatigue has been addressed, but how has it been addressed exactly? More precise data would be helpful. This is our community. We live here. Our community members deserve to understand what's going on. And just saying, oh, it's a safety measure to have a flare. Yeah, well, that indicates that there is something wrong if we have to have so many safety measures produced. And the cumulative effect that was mentioned by Vice Mayor Martinez is something that's been, I remember Dr. Henry Clark of West County Taxes Coalition brought it up over and over and over again, the cumulative impact on our community. So I am getting a little worked up here, but I'm not trying to criticize you. I appreciate the county's work on this without a doubt. But I just want to show that we do want as much detail and understanding of what's going on as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin. I completely appreciate that. And I think, we owe this to the community to be transparent with the data that we have. I will say the Air District has a flaring website, which I put a link to in the chat. And they are monitoring all of the 5 Bay Area refineries, and they have monthly reporting in terms of their flaring, and it's on their website. And so they have a website there. Contra Costa specific, I think as we've started to look at the data in terms of flaring, one of the things that I think we are going to be definitely talking to our community education and information folks about is having more transparency with the public on trends and not necessarily just when an incident is happening. Because it's one thing to go to the website during the moment and see that we've been notified and that we're responding, and that's great. But it is also information that the public would want to know is, over the last month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, how many flaring incidents have we seen at refinery X? How does that compare to others? I think that's all information that the public deserves, and we're going to be working toward that.
Thank you. That's precisely what I was referring to. The trends are really important. Thank you. I appreciate both of your reports.
You're welcome.
I had a question. You talked about tiers, like tier 1 event. What's the relationship between a tier 1 event that you talked about and a level 1 event that is typically the way a flare is reported?
So for the API tier 1 and tier 2 loss of primary containment events that I discussed, a tier 1 event would be something that, looking at it from the Richmond Industrial Safety Ordinance, would be a level 3 in the community warning system, which would make it an MCAR, a major chemical accident or release. I think tier 2 gets a little bit trickier in the way that it's defined by API, because depending on the situation, that probably would be either a level 2 or could potentially be a level 3 community warning system. Both would still fit the definition of an MCAR, looking at it from the RISO perspective. So neither of these events they're of a higher severity and have higher consequences to the community, the on-site or off-site consequences than those level 1 flaring events that we're discussing.
So it might be helpful to have a table or something that shows the relationship between a tier event and a level event. You might have noticed that this entire discussion, which has been quite lengthy, is all about flares. I didn't hear anybody talk about anything else except flares. Well, maybe a couple of things. So I think there's a real problem and a real disconnect, about the issue of flaring. Typically those of us who are signed up for Nixle and signed up for the county's notification system, we get these canned flare alerts that typically they all say there's no offsite impact. And I wonder if that's really accurate. I'd like, not right now, but I'd like a little more discussion of that, because a flare either has impact offsite or it doesn't. And if it has no offsite impact, why do we care? Why send out a notification? And then the second shoe that falls, once we get a flaring notification, we get a text message or an email from somebody in Chevron that says something along the lines that flaring is an important part of keeping the refinery safe. It's a safety device, blah, blah, blah. So if there's no offsite impact and this is a safety device, why do we need a notification every time it happens? So, I don't really know. I think it needs to be one way or the other. It's either something that has an impact and we should care about it, or it has no impact and why bother us? I noticed in your presentation too, at a number of times, you referred to API as being a source of industry standards and that kind of thing. And that really bothered me too, because API is basically the industry trade association, the industry advocate. And other than within the industry itself, API doesn't have a lot of credibility. And in fact, it's being sued along with a number of refineries, a number of refining companies and industries for lying about the cause of climate change for decades. So I'm really bothered that API appears to be the basis of a lot of industry standards that you look at when you're evaluating the performance of refineries. I think you ought to find a less biased and more credible source of standards. And then finally, I think a couple of council members mentioned this too, is that, there are apparently different kinds of flaring incidents. I can recall incidents like, I think Councilmember Willis was talking about, where the whole sky is lit up. And it looks like, Chevron blew up and is burning up. Of course, it's not, it's just a big flare. But then there are other instances, and I've got a front row seat of Chevron. I live up on a hill right across from Chevron, so I can see everything that happens there. So when I get a flare alert, I look out the window to see it, and sometimes I don't see anything at all. And then sometimes, like I said, I see these humongous flares, and I don't get a notification about them until a long time after they happened, or even when they're gone. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think that somebody has a lot of work to do. I don't know whether it's the air district or the county or a combination of the two, but I'm really hoping that you all would get together and try to make some sense out of this. It clearly raises a lot of unanswered questions, and I would hope that we can find a better way of dealing with it from an informational standpoint. Okay, any other questions from council members? Okay, I have public speakers.
Yes.
We have two public speakers. Those public speakers are Mark Wasberg and Don Gosney. Mark Wasberg, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Mark, you may begin. Okay, we'll have to go back to Mark. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you very much. For reference, I've spent the last 52 years building and maintaining the oil refineries in this area. It would be very easy for persons that are unaware of how refineries work to have a lack of understanding about the flaring systems. I'm not justifying flaring. I just want to try to explain how the system actually works. Almost all of the various piping systems in a refinery are attached to a flare system. This is a critical safety mechanism wherein if a system becomes overpressured, and that happens, a pressure relief valve pops and releases the excess pressure into the flare line. From there, the product goes to a flare stack where it can be properly and safely addressed. To help a non-refinery person to understand how a pressure relief valve works, I invite each and every one of you to take a look at the water heater in your own house. Somewhere, either on the side or the top, there's a small relief valve. It's got a little handle on it that you can pop off. It has a copper pipe attached heading to the outside of the house. If the pressures in your water heater exceeds recommended pressures, it pops off and releases the overpressured water into the yard. This happens a lot to people and they're totally unaware of it because it's a natural occurrence. Before they started putting pressure relief valves in hot water heaters, when it would become overpressured, it would either blow up, usually blowing up the house too, or it would blow up and send the hot water heater through the roof and ceiling into somebody else's yard or out into the street, just like a rocket. That's how unsafe those can be just on your water heater. Try to imagine without the pressure relief valves in a refinery. What would happen then? This is a safety mechanism. It's a vital safety mechanism, but it has to be handled properly. Again, not trying to address how many times the Chevron refinery pops off. That's a different subject story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lindsay Crane. Lindsay, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, this is Lindsay Crane with Chevron Public Affairs. I know there are a lot of flaring questions, and we definitely know that at Chevron. So we have a flaring 101 on our website at richmond.chevron.com that hopefully will answer any of those questions, and it has an email address if you have further questions on it. We also list seven different air monitoring sources. So you can go and look at our finch line monitoring at richmondairmonitoring.org, or you can look at 6 of the other, including the BACMed, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District website, to look at the different air quality potential impacts. I've lived in Richmond for 2.5 years and I haven't seen an incident that has any off-site impacts, but please go look for yourself. We have all that publicly out there to make sure that you can take a look and answer these questions. So again, richmond.chevron.com, and you can get to the flaring fact sheet from the top banner. We do know it's a concern and we want to answer your questions. So if there's anything that is not answered there, please send us an email or contact us through social media. Our email is richmondrefineryinfo@chevron.com. Thank you so much. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. And let's go back to Mark Wasberg. Mr. Wasberg, are you available to speak now? Okay.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. There has not been one person went to the ER room because of this flaring. It's all just blown out of proportion because the city council they want to just make a big deal out of it. They're just a bunch of anarchist people who try to condemn Chevron for every little thing. That's just like the coal dust. They made a big thing out of the coal dust and telling people was getting cancer, but there's not one bit of evidence that people was getting sick from the coal dust. You know, this is how stupid this whole thing is. And McLaughlin, she ain't nothing but an idiot because she doesn't know what a relief valve is. So she's saying, well, you don't have to have a release valve. So let's just let the just let the refinery blow up, and then they could criticize Chevron and keep on criticizing and force them to close down. I worked at Chevron for 6 years. I worked as a pipe fitter. I worked in arsenic. I mean, that place is one of the most safest refineries that you could even think of. We had safety meetings every morning, and the city council make a big deal out of flaring. It's just their normal occurrence that they have. But the world is just an idiot saying, "Oh, the world's coming to come to the end. The whole sky's on fire." You see how stupid you people are? You're just making a big thing out of nothing. I like to know how long Chevron's been flaring, and I want to know how many people's been going to the ER room. There have to be some types of statistics out there. And I guess Bud, he's been sniffing that flaring so long, he don't even know who the vice president is, the vice mayor is. He's just like Joe Biden being an idiot, got dementia, can't even figure out who's on the city council half the time. So next time there's a flare, no big deal. Everybody knows now what's going on. It's just a safety precaution so the refinery won't blow up. Vote for Mark Wasberg.
And that was our last speaker.
Okay, that concludes this item, and we'll move on to item P.2. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item P2 is to receive a quarterly presentation from Pacific Gas and Electric.
Mayor Butt, members of City Council, my name is Nikki Mastay. I'm the Deputy City Manager. This evening, PG&E staff members will be presenting a quarterly update to the Richmond City Council, which was continued from the July 26th Council agenda. Joining us this evening from PG&E are Claudia Luna, Senior Public Affairs Representative, and Darren Klein. Additionally, city staff has posted the PowerPoint and links to the community resources on the city's webpage at www.richmondenvironment.org. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to PG&E staff. KCRT, you can start sharing the PowerPoint.
Good evening, everybody. This is Darren Klein with PG&E. And staff is sharing the PowerPoint. Has it showed up?
Here it comes.
There we go. If you could go to the next slide. It is just an introductory. We are going to be quick this evening. We know it's getting late, but today we just want to cover the electric circuit serving Richmond with an update of where we are at working on the electric circuits in Richmond. We're going to do a quick overview of the El Cerrito G circuit, which we had talked about last time. We're going to be talking about how we support reliability and what it means to do a long-term versus a short-term switch out of things. We also want to give you a successful report on our pole washing program. And we do have some elements of public safety, customer resources, et cetera, that we are going to use as an appendix for people to be able to look at on their own time. So going to the next slide. So where we had left off last time, this slide got left off, and what we'd like to explain this evening is how the system works. The biggest piece of how things work is where you see El Cerrito G. El Cerrito G is a substation. It's a very big substation. It has transmission lines and distribution lines. Those distribution lines do and go and serve individuals in Richmond. You will see on the list substation G 1101, 1102. Those are specific circuits. Those are the number of customers that live in Richmond that come out of that substation. We also have other substations that serve the city. And we list all of them here so that you can see all of these different circuits and how the city is served. Now, if a circuit does go out or has a problem, it is looped with other circuits throughout the entire city, and it does go across city lines. The reason that we are pointing out El Cerrito G is that El Cerrito G has gone through a $125 million upgrade over the last 5 years and has received 3 new banks. Those new banks have been put into service, and we will be finishing the overall substation upgrade here in the next 2 years. We're going to redo the fencing and some other things at that substation. But that substation does not reside in Richmond. It does reside in El Cerrito. And so that's been kind of the focus of some of the issues that we have had in Richmond. The Richmond R sub that you see on the western side, that is another major substation, and the Richmond Q is another substation. We serve circuits all the way through San Pablo, Pinole, and try to make sure that we can have that redundancy for what is going on. Over the last 6 months since we have been in front of you, there has not been major outages. What we mean by major outages of things that are not planned, not that happen due to some sort of short or some sort of failure that happens on that circuit. But I am going to talk about there were a couple of large events that I will talk about as we go through the slides. Next slide, please. This was the slide that we had shown where we wanted to talk to you about how we worked with short-term, meaning new overhead fuse, mid-term, how the reliability projects are going, and long-term. We decided to show this slide again for a couple of reasons. The first reason is long-term. The new asset replacement project involving overhead reconductoring in 2023 is funded. It is still going through. Wanted to just reassure folks that that is on our 2023 schedule. And we know that that is one of the issues with this line in particular. So you will be looking at circuits where we know the reliability of this line, which is called El Cerrito G 1102. And then on our Richmond R 1125, that's another circuit that comes out of the Richmond R sub that I had mentioned. Those are the two that are going to have reliability projects that are going to work on making sure that these major circuits have more reliability than we've seen. We have had high reliability in Richmond over the last 6 months, almost, in the 98, 99%. But we still worry about these circuits and what happens when they blip. And what I want you to notice is where it says new LR, new fuse, that area just north of there, that whole area is a whole different circuit. That's El Cerrito G 1101. The reason that I'm bringing up El Cerrito G 1101 is that in September, on September 11th, there was a blip on that. And if you could please go to the next slide, I will get into kind of what happens when we have an outage. So what happened in September was there was a blip on that line. PG&E dispatched a troubleman who goes out and identifies and isolates the issue and restores as many customers as possible. Now, in September, we had 1,088 people go out for 6 minutes. 6 minutes. We were able to restore the circuit, and it was back flowing again. In that case, we didn't have to send the troubleman, but it still was part of reviewing our previous day outages. It was part of our trends and what we look at on a weekly, monthly basis. And then just last week, it was October 19th, that circuit went out again. And the same number of people, 1,088 people, were out. In this case, they were out for about an hour and a half. We dispatched a troubleman. The troubleman went out there. There was a recloser open. He was able to start to restore some of those 1,000 people. But the last time there was a glitch, he went back and looked at one of the transformers, and he serviced the transformer at that time. Looking at that transformer, they decided, as they got everybody back into power after 90 minutes, they looked at a specific transformer, they looked at the trends on that line, and they determined that that transformer needed to be replaced. So now that all the power was back on, they were able to put together a plan and go ahead and replace that transformer right then and there. It took about 3 to 4 hours. They were able to take the transformer out without having to have outages. It happened in the middle of the night. And you have a brand new transformer that was replaced before what we would consider the end of a typical life of a transformer. But we were able to catch that because of the work that we do as we watch certain outages that happen, as we watch how the system works. You can't necessarily catch a transformer before it 100% burns out, but we do our best when we see the blips on the system in previous to start to look at what would create a sustained outage over time. That's where you do get some transformers that are replaced on an earlier basis because we see that there's a potential for that failure. If you could go to the next slide. So this is where we just wanted to show you that when we go through a momentary outage, even less than 5 minutes, we might not be able to find a cause, but that does go into our databases so that we can see what if something needs to be happen in the future. There are sustained outages, right? An interruption that lasts more than 5 minutes. That was what happened on October 19th. And that's what helped us to discover that the transformer was an issue there and needed to be replaced. So it was replaced with a brand new transformer. This is what we considered unplanned work. It was an emergency condition because we felt that there was too much risk in the system and the transformer needed to be replaced. Now, we still have planned outages, and there were planned outages that happened over the last 6 months. That was what we were doing to do the system upgrades, do maintenance, et cetera. Sometimes you do have to shut down the whole system. So we were happy to kind of give you this next explanation and how we're hoping to get a map that we can show you that is approved through corporate security so you can see exactly where all these other things go. But I also want to mention that another reason why we did not have a lot of outages over the last 6 months, and if you could go to the next slide, we did start our pole washing program as we discussed. That was started April 1st, and we went through and started washing poles. Now in the East Bay, there are about 15,000 poles that we were washing on a regular basis. There are roughly 3,500 poles in Richmond. We went through, manually washed them, as you can see from the picture. We prioritized it on circuits that had a higher risk of ignition or close to a wildfire area. Richmond is not, no part of Richmond is in a wildfire area. It is down the hill from a high fire threat district. We also went through and strengthened electrical equipment, replacing any wood cross arms and ceramic insulators. So that work consistently went on. And right now, we are in October, so the risk of a pole fire has now reduced. So that pole washing program is also being reduced, and we're in setting up our plan to go back out on April 1st, especially with the droughts going, and we do keep an eye on the weather as we do that. If we have to start doing this before April 1st, we will, and go back to doing the insulator washing, and then noticing what needs to be replaced if insulators are having issues. Next slide. That covered kind of all the other stuff. These are the customer resources, which if we're just showing so that the public knows that if they do have some sustained outages, that we do have power meter support that you can contact, that we have a program that we can work with you on. The next slide is what I had mentioned last time, which has to do with our app, our reported app. If you could go to the next slide, please. This app has been great. If you want to go on or be a part of it. And then wanted to, if you could skip the next slide and go to the next, not the next slide, but the next slide after that. And then here are more information for people as they prepare. But as I said, we were going to take, just 5 minutes to run through everything. You can look at this, but we wanted to go ahead and take your questions that you may have at this point.
Any questions from council members? I don't see any. So you have more slides. So go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
I'm just wondering about something I read in the agenda report about how you're changing something available to people with medical problems. Could you review that to me? Because they were able to get backup generators, but now you're saying there's something else?
No, ma'am. People that have medical issues, they can be part of a backup battery program.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a backup generator program. Okay. And so they can, and we have had this program for the last about year, where we have been more aggressive in being able to work with medical baseline customers. One of the issues that we've had in identifying people with medical needs is our program is voluntary. And so some people don't even realize that they can qualify for some of those programs. So we've been working with our folks, and we do have a program to help with any kind of issues. Like if you have medicine and those kinds of things, if you could work on, we could work with them on a backup battery, work on special fridges that could help keep their medicine. And we have been talking with the county about those programs as well, as we work with them on a lot of issues pertaining to that.
One more comment, really.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned something about Richmond not having an urban wildland interface, but we actually
No, I wasn't trying to say that.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I was not trying to say that.
In the El Sobrante Valley, we have a lot of that. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. The way the high fire threat districts work, there's a high fire tier 3 and tier 2. We are worried about the urban interface that Richmond has. And that's what I was trying to distinguish, is that not all of, when you hit that pass, not all of that is technically in the high fire threat districts, but we do consider that interface a very important thing that we want to mitigate. And that's what I was trying to say with my words. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that. We've just had some people that look at the maps and say, oh, on this side, on this foot, we're in a high fire threat district. On this other side, we're 5 feet away from a high fire district. Well, no, that's an urban interface. And that's what we will be working when we talk about our 10,000 miles being underground. there are only 7,000 miles of distribution lines in our high fire threat district, because the 3,000 lines, that overage is what we see as that urban interface. And that's what those lines would be a part of in that program. So sorry I said it sloppily. That was not my intent.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions from council members? So did you say you have some additional slides to show?
They just ran through them and we got to the questions. I didn't want everyone to get bogged down in some of this information that we try to get out to folks.
So you want to finish your presentation or?
This is it with the questions. If anybody has any other questions, we know that folks want us to report, so.
Okay, let's go to the public speakers. Do we have any?
Yes, we have one speaker, President Local 188. Please unmute yourself and state your first and last name for the record, please.
Good evening, Anthony Woodards, President, Local 188. Sorry. I just wanted to speak and say, well, thank you for that presentation. As we know, as firefighters with PG&E, especially during the rainy season, you guys, it looks like you guys cleaned a lot of the poles this year, but every year for the last 15 years, we're up in the middle of the night and we're fighting a bunch of pole fires, and those pole fires are dangerous. Some of the pole fires we have to sit on for hours to wait for PG&E to come de-energize the power. So we really appreciate the work that you guys put in this year. It's going to be extremely helpful for us, and that in turn frees up the fire department to respond to other emergencies around the city. So just not a question, just a comment. Thank you very much. You have the rest of my time.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the questions, and we'll move on to our next item, which is item P.3.
P3 has been withdrawn on item P4. P4 is to adopt a resolution by the mayor and the city council expressing our appreciation and total support for Chief of Police Lisa French and the entire police department of men and women in blue for their outstanding services to our community.
That's your item, Councilmember Bates. Would you like to introduce it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I've been in conversation with the chief with reference to some of her needs. And I would like for her to come forward and just articulate the lack of morale that we're experiencing, the excessive crime that we're experiencing. Council members just received a letter, email in reference to the Moran Avenue car crashes, running stop signs and accidents and so forth, not only there, but throughout the city. And I thought she might share with what is it we need to do to boost up the morale of our police department, who seem to, for some reason, just not giving up, but really are frustrated. So I'd like the chief to just come forward and give us a few ideas of what we can do as a council. We need to support each and every one of our men and women in blue. And that's what I'd like for this council to put aside our differences and come together. And let's applaud the individuals who are out there every day giving up and sacrificing their lives. And when I spoke to her about the overtime, there are individuals that work 10 hours and they're asked to work another 8 hours. And so I won't articulate too much. I'd just like for the chief to come and let us know as a council what are some of the problems that she's facing as she tries to lead a force that is understaffed, unappreciated, and need some moral support. So Chief French, are you available?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Bates. So first of all, I just want to say that I'm very appreciative and grateful for the resolution to support myself, and more importantly, to support my staff, the staff of the Richmond Police Department. Your support is needed now more than ever. As you know, We are significantly understaffed. We're down 37 police officer positions at this time and another 10 positions in our dispatch center. And something has to change. This is something that I have not seen in my 25 years of service to the city of Richmond. We've never had staffing levels this low. I've lost 3 officers even last week who left to go to other agencies. 2 of them went to Fairfield Police Department and another one went to the DA's office. And I do exit interviews with all of the staff that has left to go work for other agencies. And I do exit interviews with even those that retire. And the 2 top complaints that I receive is that they're overworked and underappreciated, and they don't feel supported. And in trying to support them as much as I can, but with the staffing levels the way they are, I do have to force mandatory overtime. So I'm just hoping that we can work together to express our support of the police department staff. One of the issues, again, that I'm hearing in the exit interviews is the lack of support. And unfortunately, a lot of them have specifically said the lack of support in city council. And again, I know that we all want the same outcome, and that's for our city to be safe. And I think that we can work together in doing that. I really appreciated Councilmember Willis's statement during open session about showing the appreciation of each other and being respectful of each other. And I just think that that also needs to apply to the police department. I know that you guys have expressed appreciation to me personally in the efforts of our police officers. And I'm just hoping that it can be there can be some public support of our officers and the work that they do, because they do an excellent job every day. I highlighted one of the cases in which they solved a homicide this month with no information initially to go on. We've also recovered over 200 guns off the streets in just this year alone. And so they're out there, they're working hard day after day, doing the best that they can, but they are working 16 to 18 hours a day. We do have mandatory overtime that they have to sign up for on every 2 months. We try to schedule ahead so that they can plan ahead, but we still have sick calls. And so when they're expecting to go home, sometimes they do have to stay for an extra 4 to 6 hours to cover somebody else's shift. So it's not like any other department except the fire department where we have to have these shifts covered. And it's the same thing is going on with our communications center. And I can't afford to lose any other great employee to another city. We pay them well here. I'm thankful for the contract, but they're tired. They're tired of working. And so I've been doing one-on-one interviews with every single employee within the department because I'm trying to stop the bleeding in terms of people leaving to other departments, and I'm trying to recruit new people to get here. And we're going to be unable to recruit if we don't change the working environment. So my goal is to change the working environment, give people something to look forward to within the city of Richmond and within our department. And then that in turn will attract additional people to come to our city because it's a great place to work. I think that we are our best recruiters, but we have to be satisfied with our working environment. We have to feel supported in order to be able to recruit people to come here. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to point out a couple of other points. I would hope that our council members would visit the various businesses. For an example, go to Costco, Walmart, Target, Home Depot. Because of the lack of police presence, each of these companies have started hiring their own security force. And unfortunately, the security forces, in discussing with many of the managers, when people walk in, they just walk out with stolen goods. there's no police to come and give assistance. And as a result, I'm told that they're directing their security people, don't arrest them, don't try to interfere. They may have a gun, a knife. They don't want their employees put in danger. And this is no way for any city to live. Now, I know it's not just only in Richmond, it's throughout the Bay Area, if not maybe the nation. But we need some additional officers to give assistance. And the chief has indicated that we're down some 37. And if we could get 37 officers, Chief, would that be a step in the right direction?
Absolutely. We are working hard, and I know that HR is also working very hard, and they're going to be giving a presentation later tonight. But we're all working very hard across the city to recruit. And of course, filling those 37 positions will be a step in the right direction. And also not just those 37 positions. I don't want to downplay the need for communications dispatchers also. I know, and I'm very appreciative that you all have taken steps to help with those recruitments by one, passing the contract last week, as well as increasing, moving ahead with the class and comm study for our dispatcher 1 and 2 position and increasing the pay for those positions to help us to recruit. So we are very appreciative of those efforts.
Well, I too want to thank Councilman Willis for stepping up to the plate and moving in the right direction. The last concern I have is there any way that we can recruit? I don't want to start negotiating at this point, but some consideration, like we have 2 retirement systems. We have the city retirement system throughout the Bay Area state, that's called PERS, but we also have the county retirement system, which individuals retiring from the sheriff department, maybe the CHP, maybe we can try to recruit some of those individuals into the city where they will have a potential for a dual retirement system. I think if you would come up with some strategy, Madam Chief, and come back with us as soon as possible, hopefully this council would buy into it. Maybe a bonus, I don't know, but something that you think collectively would give us an upper hand in recruiting. Because what we're doing, we are competing with all jurisdictions in the Bay Area. We're not the only one looking for police officers. And as you indicated, with our morale of our employees, they'd rather go somewhere else, maybe than to come to Richmond. But I'd like for you to develop a strategy and come back in maybe a week, 2, and just give us some ideas of how you think we can move forward in the recruiting efforts. So thank you very much. I'll turn it over back to you, Madam Chief, and the mayor.
Do city council members have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just want to thank Chief French and all the officers for all their great work. And I do want to state, I know you mentioned it, Chief French, but I just want to echo it and amplify it, that the contract that we just signed and delivered was something that is quite a good contract. And we did it because we wanted to make sure our officers felt appreciated. We also wanted it to be a good recruitment tool, because when you have a higher salary and you recruit into the vacant positions, you have an opportunity to get people involved who might need a higher salary than was previously available. So I think we're there with what you're saying. We appreciate the work that you're all doing. We also believe in public safety being larger than the police force. I remember, and I know you worked very closely with former Chief Magnus, and, you know, did great work then. And of course, you're doing great work now, but he always said, it's not only the police department that makes a safe community. So I just want to reiterate that message. I'm sure you agree, but also to put the focus on how much we appreciate the work of our police department. And the contract was one example of that appreciation.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I did want to just say a couple things and uplift a couple things too. Like one, I will say to you, Chief French, I do appreciate the little times that we have had a chance to talk. It's always been a very cordial conversation, and I do feel like we're actually trying to see each other's perspective and figure out the best way forward. And I've always really respected that, because sometimes I felt like I've talked to other folks before and it sounded more like a condescending conversation to me, but I never got that from you. So that's one thing that I did want to throw out for appreciation too. And, you know, the other thing, just in terms of the spike that we're seeing, and because I do community outreach, like I know there's a lot of other community members too that are resonating with the idea, like since folks have been economically devastated, that's caused a lot of the crime and homelessness that we've seen, and also wanting to fight for solutions on how are we uplifting community members out of a very extreme poverty situation so they don't turn to illicit crimes that leads to gating up most of their things because people are walking out the door with it for whatever the case may be. I'm not making excuses for those actions. I'm just seeing a correlation between poverty and crime spikes. And the thing that I did want to uplift too, I remember there was an incident earlier this year with a block party at Rich City Rides, and there was a lot of tension while I was there between the community members and the officers that showed up. But one thing that I did appreciate when I got to step in to try to help do what I can to mediate the situation and the intensity was actually talking to an officer who recognized me from around the community and was like, hey man, I'm 24 years old. I grew up around here, and he really just knew the community, and I could connect from him on that kind of level. So the thing I wanted to re-lift up while Torona was the interim chief, really just want to go back to looking at our Richmond Build program and various other programs to see what are we doing to reach out to Richmond residents or residents in this region to also make them a part of the department too, because they're not only going to get an opportunity to be a part of the community, but they'll have that kind of institutional knowledge of living in Richmond and how to approach community members. And I think that kind of relation with each other can help deal with some of the other issues that we're seeing, because obviously there's a lot of tension, not just in Richmond, nationwide when it comes to public safety. And it is important to have that conversation, but making sure we have that conversation that we're not demoralizing or putting down good people who are just trying to do a positive thing because they believe in safety. So yeah, I did just want to lift that up and want to reemphasize, like, let's get in Richmond Build Rubicon program. How are we identifying our younger folks in Richmond to be a part of the department so they can actually be a part of protecting communities that they've grown up in their entire life? So I did want to uplift that and appreciate the conversation in front of us today as well.
Thank you for the recruiting plug for us.
Let's see here. Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yes, and in reading the resolution, most definitely wanted to take the time to express my support, most definitely for you, Chief French. I think we've had several conversations around that, but then also for the rank and file, as well as for the management class of the Richmond Police Department. And I do hope moving forward, we can find better ways to communicate directly, so that way misinformation, rumors, and innuendos aren't allowed to come in and sully relationships that have already been established and are on the cusp of being established, which I know has somewhat happened since I've been on the council. And so, like I said, I most definitely appreciate the work that has been done by the Richmond Police Department, especially with the growing demand from the community to reevaluate what public safety looks like, and as well as, you know, reevaluating staffing minimums and things of that nature. So yeah, once again, just wanted to reconfirm my support and my appreciation for you as the chief of the police department, the police officer management class, as well as the rank and file who beat the street every day. Not in that way.
We know what you mean, but thank you.
Are you done, Councilmember Johnson? Okay, Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, I think we all appreciate and support our police officers. I've had really good encounters with police officers at Castro in the encampment. When I was there, an officer drove through and was having good conversations with the residents when I was there. Also at the Soul and Spirit Festival, it was good to see the officer, a sergeant who had pink stripes on. I thought that was really cool. Yeah. So supporting a breast cancer. It's good to see you out in the community and showing your gentle side, which is much appreciated, and also the police cadets. When my car was stolen, the police cadet came out and took made a report. Also, when my window was broken, I had a police cadet come out, and I think that's a great use and training of future officers, and any way that we can help promote Richmond youth to represent the city. Please let us know how we can help. So thank you for all you do.
Any other council members have questions or comments? Well, at the risk of breaking up this love fest, I'm going to point out that everybody's avoided exposing the elephant in this room. And what I want to point out is the majority of this city council set up and appointed the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. Many of the members of which, if not the majority, have basically demonized the police and done everything they can to dismantle the police. They did in fact defund the police. They reduced the funding for the police department, and many of the members have spent the last couple of years basically bad-mouthing the police. And this is what has to end. If that task force had been set up with different people on it and with an objective to go to the police department and say, we think you guys are doing a great job, but we want to help you do a better job. What can we do? But they didn't do that. They basically said the police department is a failure. It's dangerous. We're going to dismantle it and we're going to do something else. So I just want to throw that out there, that this problem was caused by the majority of this city council. And until that goes away, you're going to continue to have that problem. That Reimagining Public Safety Task Force was supposed to sunset a year ago, and you guys decided to make it permanent, and it's still out there demonizing the police. So you sort of get what you set up. Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have to disagree with you 100%, Mayor Butt. I think the problem occurred by way of politicizing, and you were very much in the forefront of trying to make it seem like the task force was anti-police and that the majority of the council was anti-police, when that was never, ever the intention. It was something that you chose to do, to politicize and divide. And I'm disappointed that that happened. I think the task force made some wonderful recommendations. They modified their recommendations. The council modified things. We came up with what I think was a wonderful set of recommendations that we approved. And the tension that was created did not come from the task force or the majority of the council, in my view.
Okay. Let's see, Councilor Willis, still have a hand up?
Yeah, no, that was part of the thing where I was saying that we do need to have an intentional conversation about how do we improve our relationship between the police and community, because I wasn't trying to make that an anti-police thing when we talked about reimagined public safety, though your lovely stories in your e-forms that you told made it quite a tale. But at the end of the day, there is a huge conversation that needs to be had, and people do have their individual feelings. My basic thing on it is I believe there was more to public safety than just policing. A message I ran on, a message I was committed to. That doesn't mean police don't also equal an element of public safety, but it was about having an intentional question on what is a public safety besides just relying on one source. So I am sorry that that conversation really got heated the way it did. It wasn't supposed to get that way. I didn't appreciate it getting that heated. And I know, at least in my capacity, I wanted to maintain respect and integrity as we move forward. And, you know, it is sad that you're trying to refan that flame right now when literally this resolution is about just showing general support for our police department and for our police chief, which is another reason why I was in support of moving forward with that MOU to help stem the bleeding and the hemorrhaging that the police department was experiencing and offer that support so we can bring up those service levels and give our chief the tools she needs to have a good department. I just wanted to say that for the record, and please stop trying to rain on everybody else's sunshine because you're miserable, sir.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, I was trying to maintain some type of decorum. As was mentioned earlier in the meeting, we want to maintain a healthy and respectful debate, but that was the type of misinformation, rumors, and innuendos that I was speaking in regards to. And in regards to the public safety task, everyone has to take responsibility for what they did or didn't do throughout that entire process and the fallout from that. Chief French and I, we've had some very open and honest conversations about, you know, how we interacted throughout that entire process and the impact that it has had on both of us, especially in my relationship with officers personally, because of rumors and innuendos that flew around that entire situation. So in addressing it directly as you want to do, Mayor, but you everyone, including yourself, have to take responsibilities and have to take responsibility in the role that they played, whether that was good, bad, or in between, no matter what your perception of it was, in the fallout of that action. So as I mentioned before, these are the rumors, these are the innuendos, and this is the misinformation that gets put out there. As adults, we have to be able to shift through it and make really informed decisions and not just listen to who's beating the drum to the music that we want to hear, but actually getting to the bottom of things. Because one thing that I've learned from my 4 years of being on the city council is sometimes council members like to play the public and other employees to believe what they want them to believe. And it is very important that we do our own research and that we look into things for ourselves to see what's really going on, because everyone's agenda may not be ours, even if they purport it to be. So just wanted to, since you want to directly address things, let's directly address it. Thank you.
Well, clearly we all live in different realities. So are there public speakers?
Yes.
We have two public speakers. The first public speaker is President Local 188. Please state your first and last name for the record, and you may begin.
Anthony Woodards, President, Local 188 Professional Firefighters. First, I'd like to start by saying great work to Chief French and the Richmond Police Department. You guys do an excellent job protecting the city. There was a couple terms that were thrown around. We heard understaffed, being overworked, and morale being down. As the fire department we've experienced these same issues, just being understaffed, being overworked, morale being down. And I don't know if you all remember at the beginning of the pandemic when this entire city shut down, and the fire department was still in the fire stations. We were in the fire stations. We were on the front lines. We were responding to calls, not knowing anything about COVID. Members were catching COVID. They could not go home to their families because they were afraid to spread COVID to their families. So we've been here, we've been working our tails off for this city for a long time. We feel underappreciated. We're still working on our contract. That hasn't been resolved. Doesn't look like it's going to get resolved anytime soon. And we're also struggling with personnel. So I just had to chime in. I couldn't hold my tongue. I wanted you guys to remember that we've been here, we've been working, we've been a part of this city. When everyone else was at home, we were still out here in the streets, taking care and protecting this community, doing what we do all the time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Deborah Small, Richmond resident, grandparent caretaker, and chair of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I want to start by again expressing my appreciation for Chief French for her collaboration and work with the task force. I am so happy that you are back. I cannot begin to tell you, I think that you represent the ideals of what we're looking for in a police chief, someone who's committed to community, someone who relates to community, someone who believes in fairness, someone who actually listens, unlike some of our other city officials who actually feel that misinformation is their raison d'etre. But I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to say that it's been an interesting year and a half. You know, we're one of the few cities that's actually been able to not only follow through on the programs that we put forward, but seeing the results of that. Unlike some of our neighbors, we're not experiencing the same levels of homicides and gun violence as other cities. And that's because of the programs that Richmond has decided to fund. And the other thing I want to say, contrary to what Mayor Butt says, is that no one on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force is anti-police or has sought to defund the police. What we wanted to do was to redirect and invest money in human services. No one has ever argued against the merits of what we've advocated for. They've only tried to label us as being something that we're not. I appreciate the fact, Chief French, that you've not allowed yourself to fall prey to that propaganda and that you've dealt with us as we've dealt with you in honesty and trust and relationship. And that's all I have to say. Good night.
Thank you. That was the last speaker.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to
Mr. Mayor.
An action item.
Say again.
This is an action item.
Mr. Mayor. I wanted to.
Okay, you're right. So you want to make a motion, Councilmember Bates?
Yes, before I make the motion, I know that we have serious problems in the police department. While a number of the officers are leaving, looking for jobs elsewhere, I don't think this council fully understands and appreciate our chief of police. Here's a young lady that's highly intelligent, highly capable. And I guarantee you, being an African-American chief of police, she can almost pick a city somewhere else. And I wouldn't be surprised if she had not already received offers and requested consideration. And for us not to show the kind of respect, and I know she loves Richmond, but there comes a time when the marriage gets sour and all of a sudden she very well can be gone tomorrow or the next day. And that was the primary reason that I brought this to the forefront. And also in respect to the number of officers that are maybe considering leaving as well. So I would hope that we would put all this other political agenda aside and recognize what a good chief we've got and how much we appreciate her and how much we want her to stay here. So my motion is that we do just that. We commend and recognize the chief and her entire police department, including the jailers and the clerks and all of them, for the outstanding work that they are doing, and let them know that we deeply appreciate them. So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a second?
Just for clarity purposes, the motion is to pass the resolution in support of the chief and her staff, including everybody. I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Bates, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Jimenez absent.
Thank you, Council and the Mayor.
Okay, now.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I got a request and I wanted to see if I could get your permission to hear item P7 next.
I got the same request and I'll second that motion if that's what we call it.
Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't you take a vote, Madam Clerk? And
Okay, Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
I'll abstain.
Okay, the motion passes with Mayor Butt abstaining and Councilmember Jimenez is absent.
Okay, so we'll go to P.7 next. Read that, please.
Item P7 is to receive an update on the West County wastewater district.
This was put on there by Councilmember Jimenez, but she's not here,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I became a last minute co-sponsor. I understand there were a number of challenges that happened last minute to Councilmember Jimenez, and I told her earlier today that I'd be willing to help introduce this item and allow the West County Wastewater District to be able to give a presentation on some of their efforts and give us an opportunity to ask questions and feedback. So that is my way of introducing, and I'd like to kick it off to the presenters with your permission, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, begin the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cesar Cepeda. I am the president of the West County Wastewater District. Joining us here today, along with Vice President Sudduth and some of our staff, our agency services the northern part of Richmond, along with the city of San Pablo, parts of Pinole and unincorporated Contra Costa County. As a reminder to those that might not know, the city of Richmond and West County Wastewater, we have a mutual JPA for servicing our constituents, with Councilmember Bates as the chair and Vice President Sudduth as our vice chair, and then Vice Mayor Martinez and myself as members. We want to thank you for having us and providing an opportunity to share with our mutual constituents the great work that our agency has done over the past few years and our plans for the future. I don't want to spoil the presentation that our staff has created, but I will tell you that we're working to build the future of wastewater plants. We are doing these presentations with the cities that we service with the goal to unhide and showcase the hidden infrastructure of wastewater, because the future of wastewater is more than just collecting and processing, but looking at ways to do more, like creating energy and a better, more sustainable future with our water. With that, I want to pass it over to Andrew Clout, our Deputy General Manager, and then Vice President Sudduth and I will be here in case you have any questions for us at the end. So Andrew, passing the baton over to you.
Yes, thank you, President Cepeda. And who is putting up the slide presentation? Where's that coming from? Do you have
It's
that?
coming.
We sent the
Yeah. We sent it, or did you want us to put it up?
We'll put it up.
As they do that, I just want to make sure we probably welcome Hayward City Council Member Angela Andrews to the Richmond City Council. How you doing, Council Member?
Hello. I'm putting on my other hat tonight.
Well, while that's coming up, again, thank you, President Cepeda, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, for this opportunity. What we're primarily going to focus on is a few project summaries and highlight some of the areas where we have points for interagency coordination, community impact and engagement, and future opportunities for collaboration. And that's pretty much what we're going to try to focus on. And is the, who is bringing that up? There we go. All right. So go ahead to the next slide. And to the next one. There we go. So here's our summary agenda. Like I said, we're just mainly going to focus on a few key project areas and agency coordination. We can move on. One example. All right, we'll go through these first. These quickly, we have a few slides here that are about who we are and what we do. And in the interest of time, I'm going to move through these very quickly. They're here mostly for background and information and later reference. We say, what do we do? And we treat wastewater, but really we're more of a resource recovery facility, which was alluded to by President Cepeda. As greater than 80% of our effluent is currently delivered as reclaimed water. And so we really like to think of ourselves more as a resource recovery facility than a wastewater treatment facility. Next slide. Again, where are we? We're in West County, and this just has some details of our service area and customers. Next slide. The work we do, just some photos. We run our own lab, we run a treatment plant, and we run a collection system, which also consists of a series of lift stations. Next slide. Public outreach and education. We're a very aggressive fats, oils, and grease program, and we've been very active with President Cepeda taking the lead locally and trying to encourage and regulate and get rid of wipes, get rid of those flushable wipes that are not really flushable and do some severe damage to our systems. Next slide. Lift stations, as I mentioned, these are important in that what they do is we have a lot of topography in the area, and basically our system runs by gravity from the top to the bottom, but sometimes in some of the lower lying areas we have to get up, or we have to get up and over drainage divides. And so the lift stations do that. They literally lift the sewage up and then allow it to drain down. Next slide. The future of West County wastewater, and this is part of what we'll be able to talk about when we go through some of the project scenarios in a little bit, specifically the Clean and Green project, which is a huge project on our plant to reduce greenhouse gases, improve the infrastructure, create better sustainability, and allow us to better handle our biosolids. And this one is an example of a point of coordination where our Clean and Green project that Keith will talk about in some more detail shortly. It makes significant infrastructure improvements and operational changes to our water resources recovery plant. And while that's happening, what that's also going to require is that West County Wastewater and Richmond renegotiate and or enter into new operating agreements. And there's a whole series of operating agreements that link Republic Landfill, East Bay Mud, West County Wastewater's treatment plant, and the Richmond treatment plant. So all of those will have to be renegotiated, and you'll see why when Keith goes in some more detail on that project. Another one of the projects is the sea level rise protection project, and that's really an opportunity for future opportunities for collaboration with Richmond and the other communities around us. Community impact and coordination, the force main and collection system upgrades that Ken will talk about. These have direct construction and traffic impacts to Richmond residents, And we're working hard to do a much better job than we had in the past of engaging the community, informing them, and trying to do better utility coordination overall. Next slide. And with that, as I move through that quite quickly, as I said, we'll move this on to Angela Andrews, who, yes, Hayward City Council member, but we know her as our Capital Portfolio Manager. And Angela will introduce the various staff that will also be presenting. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, my name is Angela Andrews. I am the Capital Portfolio Manager at West County Wastewater in the Infrastructure and Planning Department. And we just wanted to highlight a few of our projects that are in your jurisdiction. One of them is our Clean and Green project. The next, we'll talk about a couple of our force main projects. And lastly, we'll kick it back out to Andrew to talk about the sea level rise protection project, and then talk about a little bit about how our agencies can work together. Next slide, please. So first, the Clean and Green project is our largest project at West County, and we will be hearing more from our senior project manager, Keith Reynolds, about the project. But it highlights a lot of our strategic plan goals, which include improving our infrastructure, being a good environmental steward, and community engagement. He will talk a little bit more about what's entailed in that project, but the main goal is to reduce greenhouse gases and improve our infrastructure at the treatment facility, as well as do some energy efficiency upgrades at our facilities. So next, we'll kick it off to Keith Reynolds. Next slide.
Thank you, Angela. As she said, my name is Keith Reynolds. I'm a senior project manager here at West County Wastewater. I am the project manager internal for the Clean and Green project, which, as Angela spoke about, is a reduction in our greenhouse gas and environmental footprint, hopefully, and it should be complete hopefully within the next 2 or 3 years. There are many components of this project that will help reduce our greenhouse gas footprint. On this slide, you'll see a few of them. We used to have 2 digesters. They've both been demolished, and we are now building 2 new additional in place of those. And we will be building a new building, which is a dryer building, to kind of reduce our sludge and solids waste. Also, you'll have new new headworks channels, which are going to reduce our grit and large solids that come into the front of the plant. Modifications to our thickener building, which are primarily rotary drum thickeners, which are separators of solids to liquid waste, and then liquid waste is then taken to other parts of the plant to be dealt with differently. Modifications to our primary clarifier pump stations, which are more energy efficient pumps, which will allow us to also reduce our electrical needs, and in a new aeration blower. This aeration blower blows into our aeration basins, which kind of feeds the biological components of the plant that allowed us to clean the sewage. This blower represents about 65 to 70% of our energy consumption, and the new blowers will be able to reduce our energy consumption that from our existing blowers about 50%. So having these kind of efficiency upgrades, along with gathering the greenhouse gases that we'll be able to inside of our digesters, will hopefully get us closer to being in that kind of net neutral kind of area where we'll be able to produce pretty much all of our power needs from greenhouse gas and solar components, which you'll see on the next slide. So, can you show me the next slide, please? This represents some solar power investments that West County is making. On the right-hand side, you'll see at our main office on Hilltop Drive, we're going to be installing solar panels as covers for parking, kind of making use of space that normally would not be used to generate power. On the left-hand side, you'll see our existing drying beds will be used now as photovoltaic panel array areas, and we also have photovoltaic panels installed in multiple lift stations throughout the service area of West County. And those will also generate power for not just those individual lift stations, but the grid and the power grid in general back into the PG&E. We're currently working on different resiliency efforts that will allow us to run the treatment plant pretty much independent of outside grid. So it's a very exciting project. Next slide. We started this project conceptually 2019. It is a design build project, so the design is a rolling type of design, but the major components of construction should be completed by December 2024, when you have closeout in 2025, once you have commissioning and things like that are complete, after we get permits and things like that from other agencies in the Bay Area. It's a pretty rapid project for something this large. Some people may do this kind of work in maybe 10 years, and we're doing it pretty much in 4. So it's pretty fast paced, and it's a pretty big deal to be able to do something like this. Next slide, please. And now we'll give the floor back to Angela to talk about our force mains repairs.
Thank you, Keith. Our next set of projects that we're going to be discussing tonight is our force main repair and replacement projects. This is a program we created to focus more on our sewer lines that are force mains. And a force main sewer line is when we need to have a pump to power the gravity sewers to transport water over to our wastewater treatment facility. So they need a little extra help from some of our pump stations. And this also meets our goal for improving our infrastructure. So the 2 projects we'll be talking about is the Hilltop Green project as well as Lakeside. And I will kick it off to Ken to discuss those 2 projects.
Well, thank you. Yes, we recently completed the work at the Lakeside lift station, which is adjacent to the lake and near the Hilltop Mall. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. And so that one basically involved a combination of open cut and horizontal directional drilling, which is trenchless, to replace a single force main line that we had that was aging with a dual force main system of high density polyethylene and connected from, again, the lift station along the mall road and into the manhole in the parking lot of the mall. The Hilltop Green force main is currently under construction. And so you might notice activity there by the park. And we have also had a lot of problems on that force main. We had an emergency replacement the other couple of years ago, and we will finally be realigning that force main away from the pool facility of the homeowners association and get it out into the parking lot. And then it's already now crossed the street. We will also be providing a second alignment for the other dual part of that, and that will be extended in the future with a different project. And so both of these had the opportunity for interacting with our stakeholders there, with the mall ownership as well as the homeowners association. And so far it's gone quite well. Next slide, please. So I just want to, just a few photos to show you the activity. These are there at the mall. You might recognize some of the mall buildings. But again, we've managed to complete without too much trouble to the residents and noise and odors and that much. Next slide, please. And again, here's just a shot of, you can see the dual alignment on the left. Here, this is at Hilltop Green, and it's squeezed in there, so to speak, in the access way, and we appreciate the cooperation of the homeowner association allow us to go through there. And that to the left of this, if you turn left, it goes down the hill towards the lift station. And so again, the project is moving quite quickly. And I guess I just wanted to wrap that up essentially to say appreciate the cooperation of everyone to make that happen. Next slide, please. I'll give this over to Angela, who's going to take that next?
I'll take that, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
And we're certainly happy to answer any questions. We're moving through this quite quickly, considering it's 10:30 and we didn't want to drag this out too much. But The sea level rise protection project, as you saw from the Clean and Green project, we're building for the future by significantly improving and modernizing our resource recovery plant. The future will also bring rising sea levels and more intense storm events. And so we're planning for that future by working together to develop a resiliency plan for the North Richmond shoreline, as well as focusing in on an area close to the treatment plant with some more detailed plans. We've recently met with Richmond staff to provide an update and to look for additional points of collaboration and support between the city as well as some other transportation planning agencies. West County Wastewater currently, along with our consulting team from Methuen, ESA, and the Watershed Project, we're taking the lead in developing a collaborative shoreline plan, which reaches across 5 miles of the North Richmond shoreline, and a more detailed conceptual plan for a living levee along about 0.5 miles of shoreline adjacent to the West County Wastewater Resource Recovery Plant. That happens to fall right between Wildcat and San Pablo Creeks. The work on this project is being supported by a grant of approximately $700,000 from the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority. We've been actively engaging the community, forming collaborative working groups with numerous public agencies, nonprofits, and private landowners. This phase of the work is built upon the foundation that was created by the North Richmond Resilient by Design Bay Area Challenge. And Supervisor Joy has been instrumental in driving and supporting these efforts. We'll continue to work on this project, continue to provide the leadership for the collaborative shoreline plan, but we'll be looking for and hoping for partners from county, the flood control district, the transportation agencies, Richmond. It's a multitude of public agencies and permitting agencies to try to get this project done. And so we're going to take a look very closely at the area in front of our treatment plant as a pilot or a demonstration or an example of how we can do this, while also looking at the community benefits and what other amenities can come as part of this. And that includes alignment of bike trails, environmental education centers. Can there be some workforce development? And there's an example where we certainly will need partners with the Richmond or Contra Costa County. That's not something that our agency has on our staff, is that kind of workforce development. But we certainly want to look into all of these things as part of the community engagement, as part of the working with the community to figure out what is best and how do we do this, and can we create that kind of attractive project that can bring in the funds, because we don't have the money to build it. But there's a lot of infrastructure dollars out there, and we're trying to get ourselves in a good position to be able to avail ourselves of those. We're looking now for an additional $1 million plus to do further design, which would take us starting in next summer. And we have a few applications in, and we're hoping one of those will come to fruition. And again, we could answer questions or go into more detail, but that's just a very quick overview of what we're trying to do along the North Richmond shoreline. Next slide. Agency coordination. Did you want me to take the first one and then you take over, Angela? I think that's what we said. On the West County Agency, we mentioned that, or President Cepeda had. There's a joint powers agreement. We're going to, as part of the Clean and Green project, as we mentioned, we'll need to renegotiate many of our interagency operating agreements. This also calls into question the purpose of the existing JPA that formed the West County Agency. We've been working with the members that are on the West County Agency board from each of our entities, and we're reviewing that original intent, the current use, and the future need for continuation of the JPA. Or is it more appropriate to dissolve the JPA if it proves that it's really no longer required and we can meet the needs and what it provides through a series of updated operating agreements? No decisions have been made on that, but it's yet another point of coordination that we need to have between our agencies. And then Angela will point out another series of coordination points as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Here are some of the items that we identified as how our agencies can work together and have worked together. One of the major things we really want to be coordinated on is emergency response. One of the benefits of doing the force main replacement project is to reduce emergencies, to reduce those sanitary overflows, but emergencies do happen. So we just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and know who to contact when there's an emergency and what the protocols are. The next item is design review, making sure our designs are in line with the City of Richmond's goals and as well as our goals. Permitting, making sure there's no hiccups in getting that paperwork done in order to keep the projects moving. Inspections, we all have an idea of what's required to pass inspections. If there's any moratoriums, making sure we have those moratoriums in-house so we can make sure we plan those projects appropriately, and making sure we have the same understanding of what each agency's specifications and standards are before we go out to bid, before we start designing. And one thing I wanted to highlight and wanted to thank the City of Richmond for is being the lead on doing the utility coordination meetings. A lot of agencies and businesses who do work in our area attend those meetings to get an understanding of what each other are doing. Like, what are the major projects that overlap in some of our jurisdictions, talk about paving moratoriums, talk about some of the master plans that might be happening within each agency. So just wanted to thank City of Richmond for leading that. And a lot of our staff members attend those meetings and get a lot of good information and take that back in-house so we can plan accordingly. So that was all that I had for this slide. And the next slide is just wanted to thank you all for your time this evening and wanted to answer any questions you might have.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Before the questions, I actually have something to say before the questions. Mayor, may I please? I want to say that our staff is being incredibly humble, and we want to thank them a lot. But the project that they mentioned to you all, especially the project that we are undertaking on our Richmond facility, we want you guys to know that not only will it cut greenhouse gas emissions, but that project that we are handling with NG is set to cut greenhouse emissions by 93% at our water quality and resource recovery plants over the lifetime of that project. And it is said to be one of the most impactful energy infrastructure and process improvement programs in the entire nation. So it is not just another upgrade project. It is one of the most innovative projects in the entire country for wastewater treatment plants. So the work that we are doing, or that we have done over the last few years and that we will be doing over the next few years, this staff is being very innovative and forward thinking. So I wanted to make sure that we say that publicly and acknowledge the work that they're doing. And our project manager, I don't see him on camera right now, but he and Angela and the crew and Andrew, they are doing a fabulous job of that. So that money is not only well spent, but their time and effort and energy in making sure that West County and Richmond is on the map. We have people coming from all over the country to look at what we are doing right here in little Richmond, and they want to replicate what we're doing. So I think that was very important. And the work that we are doing together, West County Wastewater and City of Richmond on the West County Agency, is also very important when it comes to that levy. So that cannot be underscored. So I didn't want that to be left unsaid. So thank you. President Zepeda, I know you had something.
Go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I'm glad we got to hear it even in its rushed form. But I guess the primary questions that come to mind after hearing such an extensive presentation, I'm like, each one of those slides you had could have 12 other slides associated with it. So that being said, what is the cost estimate to implement all these ideas, including some of the destruction and reconstruction? What is the general timeline you're looking at in terms of like the goal and how we get there? And how can Richmond be a good collaborator along with the other member agencies to reach that goal? And once again, thank you for this very extensive presentation, but those are the 3 questions that stick out of my brain.
Okay, I'll start off and see if I can remember the 3. The first is sort of the funding issue. Is we issued bonds for the first time in our agency's history, other than some water bonds that were issued as part of the West County Agency JPA that was formed early on. And that was the purpose of the JPA in the first place, was to issue those clean water bonds to build some of the joint infrastructure that's shared between Richmond and West County wastewater. But we issued bonds and we're saving it's called an ESCO project, which without going into a lot of details, is a different contracting process that we were able to go through, where it's not quite a design build, but it's not a design bid build. We were able to negotiate a contract with a service provider, and it's allowed for in the government contracting code, California contracting code, because a huge portion of the project will be paid for by energy savings, and that we'll be creating electricity, utilizing the methane gas through cogeneration, creating the energy, using the heat, a whole lot of different things through the solar as well. But that project is going to be around $70 million to complete and to do. And that, like we said, is significant. It's a huge lift for our agency. It'll be spread out over time, but it will make a dramatic improvement. Not only are we are reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, we're generating our own energy. We're getting out of the sludge farming business. We're not going to have those big open ponds. That's what's creating so much of the greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the odor problems. That also comes to where we have to have coordination with Richmond, because Richmond sends their sludge down to ponds that they lease from us, and will no longer be operating those, because what we will be generating are Class A biosolids, which are useful for, well, we'll see where they can all end up going. There's still a lot of open questions on that, but basically our biosolids are a much higher grade than what they currently are. The sea level rise protection, that's a good question, what that might ultimately cost, but the number 70 seems to come up again. That's probably not too far off what it would cost us to construct some kind of levee system between San Pablo and Wildcat Creeks, depending on how much we do with connections with the Bay Trail and what the permitting process ultimately looks like, because we're really running right headlong into a regulatory regime that has been set up since the VCDC was put into place. Do not place fill into the bay. Save the bay, don't fill it. And what we're saying is we want to fill the bay to save it, which is counterintuitive, but it's to allow for retreat of that upland and that marginal wetland habitat as sea levels come up. And you don't just end up having open water banging against a seawall, which does not have nearly the same benefit as the wetlands do. And so we want to put fill out there to create a wedge. That is another issue that has to be worked on at the same time at the regulatory level, because it takes a long time for the regulatory agencies sort of change and accept that perspective. And then how far we go along the 5 miles, and which property owners, which private property owners, what is the alignment of the levee, which parcels are actually going to be protected. There's going to be decisions made on how to spend public funds and how much of those public funds can be spent to protect private property. So there's big questions that are going to have to happen from a regional government perspective. So from the city of Richmond's perspective, continuing to engage with us, with your staff and with your resources around the studies that are going to be going on with the Richmond Parkway, perhaps helping us with workforce development, coordinating with us on trying to work with some of the other landowners as we expand the details of this collaborative shoreline plan. But there's a lot that'll have to change further out in the future. what we're focusing on is two parts. One is that collaborative plan for the whole shoreline, but also zeroing in on that area right by our treatment plant for a couple of reasons. One is we want to protect our critical infrastructure and all the investments that we're making now, but also we have control of a half a mile of that property, of that shoreline. And our adjacent property owners of the Flood Control District, East Bay Regional Parks, and then Chevron and Republic. So we have a handful of willing partners. Chevron, questionable on the willingness, but their parcel's not that impactful. But the others are willing partners. And so we're trying to focus on that. And what we're working with the funders and other agencies on is creating this hopefully attractive project that also has a high level of community engagement, where we're addressing a whole lot of other community amenities that can be had as part of this, as part of building this levee, improving those bike and trail components, improving connections to the parkway, working with the transportation planners, and trying to make sure that the whole of North Richmond and West Contra Costa County are working together to help solve this existential threat that is really impactful for the entire community. So I think I answered all three questions.
Yeah, you gave me another 5-minute presentation. I could see there's a lot of work to be done. So let the good times roll. And I do appreciate everything you're trying to give and being conscious of time. Thank you so much.
Other questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, I'd also like to thank the West County Wastewater for that fantastic presentation. And it's not really a question, it's more so a comment. And me hoping that my colleagues will join me in encouraging our staff, especially our emergency response coordinator, to continue to coordinate with the West County Wastewater District, as well as, having our planning department and city manager continue to coordinate around the design review, planning, and permitting piece that was mentioned, so we can get these great projects done, as well as continued coordination for some of the other things mentioned, such as workforce development and helping with the homeowners around the levee. So I just wanted to make sure that, it was that, we most definitely, I for one, and I hope my colleagues as well will join me in supporting the continued coordination between the two agencies. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo some of the comments. We've been working in the joint venture process for quite some time. And this has been a pleasure to work with two agencies that respect each other and work so cohesively together as a team. And I'm the chair of the joint JPA, and Vice Mayor was a chair a couple of years ago. And is Cheryl, we've been working with her as well. And the entire staff and the board have been quite cohesive. This project, unbeknownst to many people, has tremendous potential, far beyond what we can imagine today. But as Cheryl indicated, this can be a showcase and will be a showcase, and it'll be a project that perhaps other cities and jurisdictions would like to emulate. And that's just how important it is and how beautiful it's going to be as we move forward with cohesiveness and working together in the planning process. So I sort of sat back and just listened, but I know Councilman Edward Martinez, Vice Mayor, he may have some comments too in terms of how we have been able to work together as a team. So thank you to each of the staff members and the board for your participation in explaining to the rest of the council exactly what we try to do as a board collectively. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you so much. Really, really great work that you're all doing. The question I have is, you mentioned 3 major divisions of types of projects that you're doing. The clean and green projects, the forest main projects, and the sea level rise protection. So the question I have, is one set of categories being prioritized ahead of the others, or are they all happening simultaneously? I know they're multi-year projects and such, but is there some sort of prioritization or simultaneous work on them all?
These particular projects are all happening at once. There are different stages. Full construction on the Clean and Green project, the forest main projects, some are in construction and some will be in the future. And the sea level rise protection project is clearly in the planning and conceptual design phase.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for all your hard work. This was really great to hear about. So thanks.
Okay, anything else from council members? I had a couple of questions. Every time I go up the Parkway, maybe it's changed. I haven't been looking lately, but those dual axis solar trackers don't seem to be working. The panels are just facing all different directions. Has that been repaired, or is it still a problem?
Yeah, no, it's a planned purchase agreement that we don't actually own the panels. They're on our facility. They're owned by another company that we had entered into an agreement with, I think about 15 years ago. We've had a lot of vandalism. We've had hundreds of thousands of dollars of theft and damage of people actually pulling, live cables, and then some of the panels not tracking properly. What we're currently working on with the company is to align them or have them remain fixed, but align them in a more appropriate way that they're more efficient. They're starting to see the end of their useful life. We'll have a whole new solar array there as part of the Clean and Green project, but it does look, they're all askew and it looks rather disharmonious, to say the least.
Second question, you talked about the living levy, and I believe you talked about $700,000. Clearly $700,000 is not going to build that levy.
Oh, no.
It looks like, I think you mentioned that it was a 5-mile long project. It goes from the Chevron refinery all the way up to Point Pinole. And so what's the cost of the portion of it that the West County Wastewater District would build?
Well, we're hoping that the section adjacent to the treatment plant might be in the range of $75 million for construction. Although, like I said, it's hard to say because we're very early stages. The entire length of the shoreline, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, okay.
And it depends on what's done. And in our case, we're actually doing a little bit of managed retreat. And by that, I mean, since we're getting out of the sludge farming business, some of those lagoons become available. And so we're going to actually allow the shore and the wetlands to encroach upon parts of our treatment plant that had been upland and do some wetland restoration. And hopefully part of that, as some of our neighbors may have some more difficulty if they don't have the same kind of property, that when they're trying to get their permits, we might be able to do some kind of a regional banking of some of these credits for wetland restoration that could be used by others as part of a community effort.
Well, it looks like most of it's in the city of Richmond. And at some point, I'd like to get an update from our staff about this. I've heard talk about, a horizontal levee in the North Richmond area, but I didn't know that people were actually planning it. And I think it's something we ought to get an update on from our staff. So do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not.
So before we end this, I'd just like to say, to remind our city council that we actually have a wastewater treatment plant in Richmond. You haven't heard much about it lately because our staff never talks about it, but our plant actually serves 60% of Richmond. And I'm a little upset. I've been asking for months and months, if not years, to have monthly reports on activities in our treatment plant and our waste system. And at one point, I asked that this be put on the agenda once a month so that we, as the legislative body with ultimate responsibility for that operation, know what's going on there. And part of our contract with Veolia is that they're supposed to produce a monthly report. And there was a time when it was on our agenda that we would not only get a report from Veolia, but we'd get a report from our city staff. I just looked on the website. The last Veolia report posted on our website is a year old. It was October of 2021. And I just want to emphasize, I'm very disappointed in our staff for not following through and responding to my request to have reports on our own plant posted for the city council to review. I don't know if you're going to get around to that before I get out of office, but I just want to bring it up. I'm not happy about it, and I think it's irresponsible for us to be in charge of an operation that serves that much of Richmond and not know anything about what's going on there. The West County Wastewater District serves about 30% of Richmond, and they meet monthly, and they have their own board, and their board stays up to date on what they're doing, as you can see. But we in Richmond, we don't have a clue what we're doing. So, Councilor McLaughlin.
I just want to say that, again, this presentation that we just heard today was an example of what a public agency can do in terms of sustainability projects versus what we have going on at the Richmond Wastewater Treatment Center, which is operated by a private entity. So I just wanted to highlight and emphasize the importance and ability to do good projects with a public wastewater treatment center.
Well, we are a public agency, and we have the authority to ask that any kind of projects, sustainable or otherwise, be done there. But if we don't know what's going on there, then how are we going to do that? So that's the problem. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, not to get in the middle of family matters there, but the treatment plant, your treatment plant sends its sludge to us right now and is put into some sludge ponds right up along Richmond Parkway. And as I mentioned a couple of times, the need to renegotiate all these operating agreements between the agencies, that's one of them, because we will no longer be taking the sludge from Richmond or our treatment plant and putting them in those ponds. But we have built or are building the capacity within this new project to take Richmond sludge and turn that as well into Class A biosolids. And you'll no longer be in the sludge farming business, and you too will significantly reduce your greenhouse gas emissions from your treatment plant.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It's interesting to get that information from you because we certainly don't get it from our staff. Okay, it's 10:54 now, and I had a request from the city manager to take up P6 next, Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan. So we obviously don't have time to do that before 11. So I need to know if it's probably a good time to find out if our council wants to continue this meeting past 11. Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, at this point, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we have a motion by Johnson, second by Willis. Let's have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Willis, okay. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Councilmember Jimenez is absent.
Okay, well, at the request of the city manager, we're going to take up item P.6 next. Would you read that? Read that, please.
Yes, item P6 is to receive a presentation of the draft bicycle and pedestrian action plan and provide feedback.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This evening, it's a study session, so we're here just to provide an overview to the council as well as the public of the draft bicycle and pedestrian action plan and preparing for public comments. And so tonight, Mauricio Hernandez from Alta Planning, as well as Lydia Elias from our planning department will be doing the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Hello, everybody. Lydia, would you like me to jump in or do you want to introduce this?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thanks everybody for extending the meeting and giving some time to bike some pets. My name is Mauricio Hernandez and I work for Alta Planning and Design. We have been working on this project for about a year. It is part of the Travel Safe Richmond initiative. I've been focusing with my firm on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan. And as Lena mentioned, this is going to be the study session. So we're updating you on the plan itself. Just really quickly, the agenda, project overview and what we've done, what we did and what we're doing, some of the recommendations and how we prioritized and just opening it up to questions and next steps. Before we begin, I do want to highlight that the plan itself is already posted on our website and you can go to travelsaferichmond.org and review the actual plan, the actual draft plan and comment on it. We have extended the comment period until November 13th for everybody doing it. We've kind of put this all together as part of our larger third phase initiative in terms of public engagement. So if you go to travelsaferichmond.org, you'll be able to read everything and the nitty-gritty of today's presentation. Just really quickly on what the project is all about and what we did in terms of public engagement. This has been quite a long approach on this end. As I mentioned, Travel Safe Richmond is a two-pronged approach that focused on LRSP, our local roadway safety plan, which was passed in June, I believe, of this year. And then kind of that second phase would be the bike ped action plan, which will provide that the next steps of implementation for the city. In terms of project timeline, we started last summer. And by last summer, I mean 2021, as part of like internally through COVID. We focused on reviewing what was going on, focused on understanding what is on the ground, what projects had been already selected and or in the planning process. I do want to highlight that the city had a bicycle and a pedestrian master plan, but it is almost 12 years old. And since then, a number of corridor projects and corridor studies had been come to life and fruition. However, there was not a cohesive, there had not been a cohesive development of a plan or an update of a plan for the full city so that folks could see how it all works together. As part of phase 2, we focused on developing recommendations. And so we went back to the community and asked them a number of times in a number of ways about what they wanted and how they wanted it. And in relation to their issues, we developed some recommendations. We put together some infrastructure recommendations. Now on phase 3, which is where we are having another virtual workshop scheduled for November 9th at 5:30. And then we're, of course, providing feedback and providing the loop and closing the loop with the council as well. In terms of what we've heard from the community and how we developed the recommendations, there were 4 main buckets of information, focusing on safety, on improved access to community destinations, on connectivity to other places and to the community within, and of course on the implementation process. Just as a heads up, very, very high level summary, we had 2 community workshops, so virtual workshop in December of 2021 because of COVID, and an in-person workshop in May 2022, right outside of the City Hall. We also met with the BPAC, so Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, as well as a number of neighborhood council meetings, both on phase 1 and now phase 2. And we're going back to the community and saying, all right, well, this is what we have for you all. We did partner with our awesome folks from Rich City Rides to go out there to the community so that they could serve as kind of deputized representatives of the plan. And they were able to reach a number of presentations through neighborhood councils. We are also put together a really awesome website, which again, it's travelsaferichmond.org, where everything is all about. And then we've expanded the comment period for the community so that we can include all comments up until November 13th. After that, we'll be revising this draft plan. And once again, we'll be presenting it hopefully by the end of the year to you all. I could stop or I can continue my presentation. I don't know, Mayor, but if...
Why don't you continue it?
Okay.
Go ahead and finish it, and then we'll have questions.
Perfect. So in terms of recommendations, we try to, again, combine existing plans and policies that had already been in place, but were a little fragmented. We also talked a lot with the community, and we conducted a number of health and equity analyses. Again, because of timing, I just wanted to coincide or condense everything in here in this presentation, but you can read a little bit more about it in the plan itself. We did take some of the recommendations from the local roadway safety plan that focused on improving not only conditions for bicycles and pedestrians or people walking and people biking, but also people driving. We also talked to a number of partner agencies, particularly outside of the city borders. We really realized that the city has some funky borders, and just because residents live in the city, they may not actually know that the borders are the way that they are. We also were able to work with Contra Costa County, which at the time had been developing their own active transportation plan for unincorporated areas. So we made sure that those tie all together and the network is a continuous network for the user itself. Of course, we looked at the planned projects just so that we can think about opportunities, particularly those that were either about to be completed or were in the points to be completed. For example, the Ferry to Bridge project, the Yellow Brick Road project, and all really, really awesome projects that have been finished in the last couple of months. Another thing that we did was update the design guidelines for the city. Of course, when in 2011, 2012, when the first bike plan came out, a number of facilities were not here, particularly the slow stress facilities, which class 4. And I'm going to talk about them a little bit. So those are separated bike lanes. You can see the ones that are a little bit less low or more low stress highlighted in red or under a red box. There are a number of recommendations where we called for separated bike lanes as well as class 1 shared use paths that you guys are already implementing throughout the city. As far as proposed improvements, there are about 11 miles of upgraded facilities. Of course, we try to focus on serving the majority of people, which are the ones that need a little bit more help and to feel a little bit more confident on the roadways. And we focused on connecting particularly those local and neighborhood places where people really go, like elementary, middle, and high schools, as well as libraries. So you see that most of the network that we recommend has been surrounding a number of places here. Again, we try to also create not only inter city routes, but intra neighborhood routes. So connect the neighborhood within itself. Because Richmond has these funky boundaries, it's hard to see it right here. But we also, in the plan, we do present a number of maps that break it down a little bit more in what we call the city core. So this is a zoomed in map. And we also present to you all a list of projects that have been recommended. Because the core itself, where the roadways are a little bit tighter, and we do realize that parking is very much needed by neighborhoods and by neighbors. We heard that loud and clear. We are proposing bicycle boulevards where these routes would be serving a lower stress, as low stress facilities through the use of some traffic calming mechanisms, including just as they do in places like Berkeley and other places like Albany as well. Again, we also focused on trying to connect to neighboring jurisdictions like El Cerrito and San Pablo, and of course, looked at their recommendations of their bike plans and their pedestrian plans, just so that they made sense for everybody. We also wanted to pay some love to North Richmond, which had not received as much love in terms of the bicycle network. Again, it's a little bit trickier to connect that over to the southern part or core, what we call of the city. So we try to connect those recommendations to the unincorporated areas of the Contra Costa County. Again, very much tied to what was recommended in their active transportation plan, which was, I believe, approved this year earlier in its February, March timeframe. On pedestrian improvements, some of you may be aware of these already. These are just a few of the recommendations that we are calling for: expanding sidewalks, restriping, or actually striping crosswalks. These are high feasibility crosswalks that you're seeing here. The installation of our RFPs, which are rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and whoever can say it as fast as possible gets a prize every time. It is a mouthful. There are a number of places that have already been implemented with, curb extensions have already been implemented in, and so we think those are also very useful for folks that have some mobility issues and may need a little bit more time to cross the street. So we tighten the intersection itself to help people walking and or biking, and helping serve as traffic calming. We heard loud and clear the PHBs, or pedestrian hybrid beacons, were also very much needed in some corridors, as well as some LPIs, or leading pedestrian intervals, which allow people walking to cross the street a little bit more rapid than cars going through. On spot improvements, these are mostly focused on pedestrians, on improving the pedestrian experience, whether it is restriping crosswalks. And again, I know that this is a lot of information. The plan itself summarizes each one of these improvements and the intersections and or places where these are formed. We focused most of them along the high injury network, which is, again, not a big surprise. Cutting Boulevard, 23rd, and the pairs. These were identified in the LRSP earlier on this year. And of course, focusing on connecting North Richmond to other jurisdictions and focusing on improving conditions for people walking. In terms of prioritization, so prioritization really usually focuses on how to implement these programs or projects, how to drop them taking them from planning to an actual project. We used a prioritization methodology that looked into 4 different criteria and provided some points for that each of these criteria. They were safety, health and equity, connectivity within the community and to other jurisdictions, as well as community support. This is based on a 100 scale base. You see the points here. This is literally taken from the plan. And so we basically grouped everything into buckets of high priority, medium priority, and those opportunity projects that could be implemented faster or slower than the medium and high priority if the opportunity arises. So let's say if the city is repaving a street, can we look for opportunities for implementing bike lanes because there's enough space without really taking away from any other priority in the city. With that, again, this is a summary of all of them. We provide some additional tables and we let you know what the extents of each of these projects are. The majority of high priority projects are focused on the core of the city, since that's where most of the pedestrian and bicycle demand is focused right now. Again, where most people are located in the city and where most people that come to the city congregate again. And of course, we want to try to link folks to larger regional destinations like the Richmond Bar, like the fair, and a few different destinations, the recreational destinations here too. Same thing, we did the same thing with the same methodology with the spot improvements. Again, focusing on the high injury network, that's where many of the high priority network recommendations came up. And then opportunity projects basically scored 50 points or less. And there's a number of projects that were high priority projects. So there are about 30 projects that were highlighted as a VIP or high priority. Again, this is very, very high level. I did not go into full details, but in terms of next steps, we'll be going back to the community in November 9th. We do have 1 month period of comments. So the website had been updated. The plan has been updated. Everything has been published on the website. You can also read the LRSP from the website. It's all included in there. And there's a number of really, really good resources to serve the purpose here. We've also included all of the different attachments, including basically some design standards, some design guidelines for the city to consider when developing some of the bicycle improvements, particularly those that were not included in the first in the plan, in the earlier plan, and updated them with Caltrans standards and of course best practices from throughout the US and other locations. So you will have the interactive draft plan and the common toolbox. I was just reviewing it right before our meeting, and it seems like our advocates are very much including some notes. You can actually get to see everything if we missed a point, and actually some of a commenter included a point and a semicolon that we had missed. So if you want to take a look, please go to travelsaferichmond.org and go down to the plan review portion of it. This is how it's actually gonna look, and that comment period is going to be closing by the 13th. We are also going to a number of neighborhood community councils, and we'll be talking to folks about the plan itself, what's included, and of course, driving them through the website, which is kind of our main source of information. Because the plan, while it is short, it's 100-page short, there is a lot of information to share, and there's a lot of really, really good stuff that we want to focus on. And with that, I do realize this is very late, so I do apologize for taking more than 10 minutes. Thank you very much, and I will take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Questions and comments from council members. Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Thank you for the presentation. I would say that of the complaints that I receive, crime is probably number one, the uncleanliness of the city, and a few others, but also in that batch is bike lanes, especially from people who live on Barrett Avenue and 23rd Street in that vicinity. And the argument has to do with a question they bring to me, is that how do you justify bike lanes taking up a full part of the street, and vehicles are stacked all the way from Barrett Avenue to the freeway, and coming in on 23rd Street, they're stacked up from the freeway to Ohio. How do you justify when, in fact, there are very few bikes that you see visible on the street?
Thank you for your question. That's actually one that we get quite a bit, not just from Richmond. So the plan in Richmond in particular, we focused on improving safety, and those particular locations and corridors that you noted, those were highlighted by the number of collisions that we had in the last 5 years. So they were highlighted as very high collisions. Part of the implementation of bike lanes is to provide safe places for people to either bike and or walk, so bikes and sidewalks. So while we are not calling for the removal of any lanes right now, we are recommending that the city consider places for everybody to move safely throughout the city, whether it is a bike lane, whether it's a travel lane, or whether it is the sidewalk. And that's what the plan is really focusing about. It's just on safety and improving conditions for folks that are either young, either old, have a lot of money and a big car, don't have a car and actually have to travel by bicycle because there's no other ways for you to do that. In many places that I've worked in, not just in California, but back east, where most of my career has been based off, many folks had that same doubt, is the community doesn't really see the folks bicycling. And in one of the communities, and as an example, we noted that the service industry folks, the folks that work at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, were the ones that did not have a car and actually needed all of this infrastructure. So we did a census at night in one of these locations, and we noted that yes, there are actually people using these bike lanes. We just need to provide the spaces for folks to travel safety, and that's what we're focusing on right now, is doing that.
Well, we just had a presentation about curtailing greenhouse gases. And if you look at the correlation with automobiles idling for several minutes from Barrett trying to get on the freeway, and therefore, how do you balance the emission and the greenhouse gases versus the bikes, when I don't know if you do a survey and find out how many bikes are actually being used on Barrett 23rd Street. But I drive up there often, and I can tell you that my travel indicate I've seen less than 10 bikes on any given trip, probably not that many. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you balance the greenhouse gas that some people want to protect the environment versus the bike lanes?
Sure. Again, focusing on developing spaces for people to have options of transportation. Also, the fact of the matter is, if you take a car away by bicycling, so if I don't drive, I'm taking away those VMTs from the road. I do realize that there are some VMTs that are higher, that may be higher. I am not an expert on carbon dioxide or VMTs. I'm an expert on developing and proposing recommendations for people to bike on. So I could not answer for sure the idling, but I do realize that, and I do want to put this forward, is that by providing options for people, they may be able to take those options, whether to take transit, whether to walk, and whether to bike.
And
And use those
I don't want to belabor it, and I just like to ask you one last question. Do you have a number of how many individuals in Richmond are riding bicycles or use bicycles on a regular basis?
I don't, and that is part of quarter studies that may be provided. I do that question may be best directed to staff. I haven't come across numbers on particular locations.
Well, I can just assure you that there's another argument with the Cutting Boulevard. It's just, and it's my understanding from staff that this is supposed to go from Point Richmond all the way to the freeway on both sides. That is creating a considerable amount of disgust among a number of residents throughout the area. So we may want to look at that before we get too far deep into it. So that's something the staff need to bring back to us, some justifications. Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
I see 3 other council members lined up to speak. We have 9 minutes left, and I'm going to break protocol and speak first. Because I haven't talked much tonight compared to the rest of you. So first of all, that was a great presentation. I think that our staff and our consultants have done an amazing job with bike facilities. Unlike Councilmember Bates, I see bicycles out there all the time. I drive a lot on Cutting Boulevard. Frankly, most of the time I'm on it, I see more people riding bicycles than I see people driving cars. It gets a lot of use. And the projects that have gone in recently, the ferry to bridge facilities, which go from Point Richmond down Cutting Boulevard and down Harbor Way South, really a great job on those. Those are very impressive. And the Wellness Trail and the Yellow Brick Road, really, really nice work. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate that. Now, having said that, this presentation, like a lot of these pedestrian bike plans, like the county one, they seem to concentrate more on bicycles than pedestrians. And I know you covered them both, but about 80% of your presentation was on bicycles and 20% on pedestrians. But I want to say that, and the part that dealt with pedestrians was primarily intersections. But I want to say that that we have a serious problem in Richmond with our sidewalks. You know, we have sidewalks that are cracked, sidewalks that are uplifted. We have people parking on sidewalks. We have vegetation blocking sidewalks. And this is a very serious problem. It inhibits people who are pushing strollers, people in wheelchairs, people with walkers, and children who are walking to school. When they get to where there's a car parked across the sidewalk, they have to go into the street, and that's really dangerous. And I want to point out that I just pulled up an email back in June of 2017. The city council directed staff to come up with a plan for maintaining sidewalks. That was what, 5 years ago. Nothing's happened. And I've continually asked staff, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? And it's like, well, when we get a new public works director, it'll happen. But and I hope that's true. But this was a policy direction by the city council, and it's been ignored by staff for 5 years. And I don't think I'll see it before I'm gone, but maybe some of the rest of you will. So Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead. You're muted.
very quickly, because I know we have two public speakers. I know you mentioned you're coordinating with the folks doing the local road safety plan. And so I know they've captured certain things like for pedestrian safety and you've captured certain things for pedestrian safety, and maybe, you know, the coordination will make sure that you both have enough of the information that maybe one captured from some public comments and the other group captured from a different set of public comments. So I just want to encourage that cross-pollination, if you will. And also perhaps and I'm sure this will happen when we get our new public works director on board, that he's aware of all this, which will be at October 31st. So it's coming up. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Great presentation.
Okay, anybody else? I had some hands up before, but looks like they went away. Okay, we have some public speakers. Go ahead and call them.
Okay, we've got Philip Rosenthal, followed by Jim Hanson. Philip, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Are we there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all so much. First of all, I want to vehemently disagree with the egregious statement that there was extensive public outreach, Mr. Hernandez. We have been searching for this information on the Travel Safe Richmond website, and it didn't exist there until the 16th. So you generously extended this public comment section to approximately 3 weeks on one of the most significant changes to our entire city and our major routes. Your own engineers determined that over 12,000 cars a day used cutting, and yet you would do an engineering mistake or overlook. Your engineers completely seems to have forgotten that we have trains here. So within the last 2 weeks, there have been at least 5 that I've seen times when we have had complete gridlock. And because you put those bicycle lanes next to the elementary school, there's no way to escape the gridlock when there's a train. You also intend to remove all of the handicap parking that when you put the protected lanes in, which means you will be ejaculating people out into traffic who are on wheelchairs because you're removing those, even though you identified that parking was a major problem in Point Richmond. The other thing is that it is nearly midnight, and I started work at 7:30. So how much outreach is there to the community on this when this incredibly important multi-million-dollar issue is introduced with 3 weeks notice for feedback at nearly midnight? The council knows this because between all of you, you've had over 100 years to figure out how long one of these meetings is going to take.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hanson. Jim, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you, Council. I'll be brief. I'm glad to have a chance to look at this. I think this is the first time we've seen this. And I would just wanted to make a quick note that San Pablo Avenue joins a kind of an illustrious group of streets that include Ream and Barrett, McDonald, Cutting, Harbor, and 7th that are part of the high injury network as represented in the local road safety plan and also noted here. It's a source of pedestrian injury and also bike injury, and we are looking forward to solutions. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any priority treatments for pedestrians or bikes on San Pablo. And I'll just say that affects the whole city. We all move around the city. We need to take care of our most unsafe areas. Some of those are on San Pablo, so we will be making comments and expecting that and hoping that to support this, that area is given some consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, we're also out of time. So unless somebody wants to make a motion to extend this meeting, I think it's time to adjourn. Do we have any memorials that anybody would like to come up with tonight? I don't see any. So with that, we are adjourned.
Night,
Night,
everyone.
everybody. Good night.